sacrifice without your blood. All this you did for me. Lift it up. No throne without a There's no sacrifice without your blood. All this you did for no me without you. Say no throne without a
Let's give him a round of applause. Prof, please, let's see you. That is the director for the Hub. Global Surgery Units under the National Institute of Health Research, where University of Birmingham, UK, directs the research that goes on under the Global Surgery Unit. We are in about 7 countries. In Africa, we have Ghana, Benin, Nigeria, Rwanda, and then South Africa. Then in the Caribbean, we have Guatemala. In Southern America, we have Mexico. And in Asia, we have India. So in Ghana, Professor Tebri is our director. And he is also the co-director for the Global National Institute of Health Research Global Surgery. So we are highly privileged to have such a great man in our midst this morning. Prof, please, you are welcome. When it's time to introduce him on the activity that he's going to perform, I will introduce him duly with his other accolades. Also in the room, we have with us our co-director, Dr. Napoleon Sam. Doc, please give us a wave. Ghana Hub, he is a co-director. He is also the head of the data center. Data center is the one that is in control of the R activities in Ghana. Okay. Also here, we have our community engagements boss, Dr. Ebenezer Amofa, also in UDS School of Medicine. Okay. Then we have other staff also here. I've seen Mr. Dramani. Please give us a wave, also from the Global Surgery Unit. And myself, I'm Naneku Abimaje Siduku. I'm the assistant manager for the Ghana Hub Global Surgery Unit. You are all once again welcome. First on our program is the opening remarks. And that will be done by Professor Tebri. And then he will also give us an overview of the Ghana Hub and then the data center. Professor Tebri, as I previously said, is the director for the Ghana Hub. He is also the dean of the School of Medicine, University of Development Studies. He is a professor of surgery. With a standing ovation, I want us all to give a clap and welcome Professor Stephen Tebri. All right, Prof, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, but there's no standing ovation. I mean, we are all equal colleagues, and that's what we have to do at all times. I think I'm supposed to give the over Ghana in terms of surgery. We have dedicated the National Institute of Health Research at University of Birmingham and the University of Edinburgh. And I think the history is that in 2005, 2005, the Lancet Commission came out with a proposal. Lancet Commission was a commission set up to look at healthcare holistically. And then it came up with some recommendations that everybody, irrespective of where you are living, you should have access to safe surgery and anesthesia. That was a recommendation. But then it became only theory. But how to practicalize it was a challenge. So in collaboration with the United Kingdom said, okay, what can we do to practicalize the recommendation of the Lancet Committee? So I think a team met first time, comprised of surgeons from all the continent, that is North America, Africa, and India subcontinent. So how do we get people from all over to come on board to practicalize the Lancet Commission? So we met for the first time. Then we decided to create what is known as in all the countries. And what is the hub going to do? That means we're going to grow future leaders in our various countries and continent through research and skills, skill acquisition, and then education, because that is the only way you can achieve the Lancet Commission. So I think every country, or in West Africa, for example, as Bema said, we have Togo, Ghana, Nigeria, that is a sub-region, then Rwanda on board, and then we have some countries from East Africa also. So how do we grow the future leaders? Through skills acquisition. That means you have to work around entire country. So these are the people, scholarship, there are more of them, but I'm able to capture all of them because some are still under training. That means we're able to offer scholarship at a master's degree at the University of Edinburgh. And this master's degree give the young people in various countries to learn how to do research, because it's very pathetic to room and I start giving a topic on infection, and then America and UK. Even what will work in Kumasi will not work in Tamale. What will work in Kumasi will not, it's not likely to work even in Accra at Kolebu Teaching Hospital. So why don't we put people in research so that we can get evidence for treating our patients? So these people, and they all our network, not only from Tamale, because we are from. So to look there, that is Dr. Bando and Jemfi, and truly they are becoming leaders. He is a leader of neurosurgery team at Tamale Teaching Hospital. We had only Dr. Abbas, and then now we are growing him to become part of it, and eventually have a leadership. We have Dr. Jemfi, Dr. Frank and Jemfi, who also was trained, and now he's the medical director at Brekum Holy Family Hospital. So you see, we're trying to disseminate research. Always research is at the teaching hospitals. So how do we get the district hospitals involved? So that was the idea. If you Dr. Kwame Philip. He is now medical soup at Tyne District Hospital, and he is the medical soup. He also underwent both GEMFI got merit, got extension. We got Teddy still in UK undergoing fellowship and a PhD in hoping she's going to come. We got Dr. Dokas, who also got distinction from that program. Dr. Dokas is currently at a Ridge Hospital in Accra. Then we got Zachariah, who did a higher program that is not a master, but specialist surgery program. That is Zachariah from Takoradi. That is a few region. Okay, so still we've got people from a candidate from Bato in the Volta region who is undergoing the program. Someone from Home Teaching Hospital who is also undergoing program. They have not yet complete. And then we one person also from Tamale Teaching Hospital. So we are spreading to cover the whole nation and give people the skills they require in terms of research and education. Okay, I think, so we cover the whole nation. We cover all the way in the north. And then the activities that we do is based on what is happening at the hospital. So we've been in Sandema, we did a cheetah trial, Sandema, Saraga, Brekum, Techiman, and Kranza. If you go to Upper West, we were not doing very well in Upper West because at the time we started, there was no general surgeon there. But in Upper East, we had a lot of, as I mentioned, Sandema also coming on board. Then if you come to the Central Belt, we work with hospitals from Offenso, that's St. Patrick in Offenso, Brekum, Sumiane, Gospel, Municipal, and most other places. Yes, up north. And then the south, we have Takoradi in our network. We have Cape Coast Teaching Hospital. We have Ho Teaching Hospital. So what we do is that we are training people to be able to do impactful research, because you can, and then the impactful research we are doing is also not based on anything. It's based on the recommendation. For example, you use prohescidin to prepare, and if you use expensive coated with that, you are likely to have condition highest level. And then the fact which was conducted, and Ghana play a significant role, compared that they are expensive, but they don't give you any benefit. So we provided the WHO with that information, and this recommendation meant the next WHO recommendation for reducing surgical site infection. Then we look at the next thing, which we use in cheetah trial. And then because the WHO said, yes, if you change your gloves and change instrument before you close the abdominal wall, you are likely to reduce surgical site infection. And we said, okay, let's put it try, and then provide the information for the WHO. So we institute cheetah trial. And really, if you change the gloves and you change the instrument at the time of suturing the abdominal wall, you reduce surgical site infection significantly. So that has also been accepted by WHO. Yesterday, I flew in from Geneva, where we made a case and said, everybody was talking about the district hospital, how we can build district hospitals. Okay, because majority of our people are living in the districts. And I think we have a CEI, which Amofa is the leader of CEI. We've gone around all the countries talking to people, and some of the things you hear is so emotional. Until you talk to the people, you think that you see, when you are doing surgery or when you are treating patient, you as a doctor, you as a nurse, you have your outcome. Your outcome is that, let me do safe surgery, discharge the patient, for the patient to go home. But the patients have different outcome expectation. What is the outcome of the patient? We never thought of it as a surgeon practice for a long time. I never thought of it until we started the CEI, where I realized that the patient has different outcome. And one of the patients is that, can I go back to work and get money to take care of my family? We never considered that. Can the patient function well in the society? That is because if I go back to the community and I'm having a stoma and I go to class, even children don't go to school if they have stoma. We never thought of that because everybody is smelling, the teachers are not comfortable, the relatives are not comfortable. We don't educate them. And I'll give you an example of a reverend minister, a man who cried like a baby in Sunyane. When we had a meeting, he came to us, he said, what you're doing is very, very good. I came to the hospital with my wife. Before we came to the hospital, my wife was going normal passing feces through the anus. My wife went to theater. He came back and now is here. That's where he's. We cried. Working in Ghana, do not base evidence-based we practice. It's not the data from Ghana, but it's the data from somewhere. And we think we can change that by doing impactful research, grow the young people to understand that if you are working in Tamale, you can't use the evidence in Tamale, work in Brekum. It's different. And then also we should pay attention to the needs and the patient expectation, not only our expectation. We work with one of the big trauma and orthopedic surgeons from Komfanoche Teaching Hospital. We went to Bekwai, and then we had a community engagement and the stakeholders. Prize that Director Red Cross had a relative with fracture. Eventually, he took the patient and went for traditional bones healers. When she got that information, she was shocked to the bone that if that person is doing that, what about my mother, my uncle, who has never been to school before? So that is the overview of what we want to do. So we would now collaborate with the statistician come on board, train some of the doctors who may not have their own data, work with the hospitals. But even when you work and provide the evidence, it is difficult for the implementation. It's not easy. Changing, especially with respect to us as Africans, is very difficult. We always do what we know, not what is practicable. So we live in our own corner, know that, okay, I'm doing this, but I won't consider what is happening at the place. So thank you very much. If there is any question, I'll take it. Bima. Yes, if there's any question. So we are asking for more collaboration and we want to grow young people. I think Napoleon, together with the University of Edinburgh, has been able to set up a data center. If you're a healthcare practitioner and you are interested, you can contact him. Again, the purpose is to give people skills that we can generate our own data. Working with Arrow. Of course, Arrow is very difficult, complex. You need to, what is it? Coding. It's very difficult, but people are passionate about it because this is easier once you know how to do it. It's easier. It is easy to generate the information, and even you can generate PowerPoint presentations easily. And then you can easily also speak to the data. However, it's complex. But it's complex, that is why we are here. If it is easy, people have done it long ago before first we were born. But because it's difficult, that's why we are sitting here, and I'm seeing a lot of young people. By the time you get to my age, you break the arrow so that all the healthcare practitioners will be able to use it. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you very much, Prof. Prof, my question is the data or the research you are embarking on, do you involve the traditional people? For example, the example you give about the director of Red Cross taking his relative to a traditional bone setter. So do you involve them, in order to have data from them too, so that you can marry the traditional and orthodox medicine?
Thank you. I think we are doing that. Our team, that is why I say we are transferring skills. There's a work that is going on. We've sent a team to Sunyane. Those of you who know Sunyane, there's a place called Asufufu, popularly known for treating fractures. I think in Kumasi, a center was identified because we are doing both Kumasi, and then in Tamale, a center was also available. So we visited them, the traditional bone setters, had a chat with them, not only with the bone setters themselves, had a chat with those who go there. Why do they go there? Okay, so we are about to analyze it and then come with a conclusion. But observational study at the initial stages shows that at the bone setter place, you queue all right, but it's one-stop treatment. So you come, he look at you and say, I'm going to do this. It's done, it's gone. But in the hospital, it's slightly different. You need to go and do lab. You need to go and do X-ray. Someone has to see you. Again, it's not readily available. And sometimes you have to give money, and the money is not there. But with the bone setters, most of them will not take ready cash. You can pay in installment, either by cash or by an animal. Eventually, when you put everything together, it may become more expensive, maybe, or at the same cost in the hospital. So when you get this data, then you have to now go and advise. And I think AO Alliance, the trauma team has got something they call AO Alliance. They are collaborating and recognize and appreciate and training the bone setters. So what they go there to do is that they show them and said, well, this one you can treat it, but this one you can't treat it. So now the bone setters at some places are appreciating the fact that you need to know the alignment of the fractured bone before you do anything. Because if the bone is like this, it's fractured and it's placed like this, and you don't look at it and reposition it, and you treat it this position, the patient is going to be invalid. So they are collaborating, and now some of the bone setters will say that, oh, okay, hang on, go to the hospital and bring X-ray. Before they don't do anything, they don't do X-ray, they are manipulating it. Before you realize it's like this, and they are healing it at that position. So these are some of the things the data is coming out, but that has been done with the bone setters themselves. But the patients that goes there, we have to find out why they go there, and if they need further education. Because if you go in a competition with them, they will win. It's just like people selling drugs on the TV, concussions. They have the money. They control the radio stations. They even control politicians because they have too much money. But if you ask a surgeon like me to go to the TV, they will ask me to pay. And I don't have the money. So the doctors, it's now that they are giving chances to doctors periodically on some of the stations. But you go there once, the traditionalist or the person doing the traditional medicine will go 10 times, and you destroy everything that you've gone to say once. So we come back to cost zero. So these are the issues that we need to confront with.
Thank you, Prof. Prof, I want to know so far what global surgeries.
Maybe if you mention your name, where you are working, I think I forgot to start that, so that we get brief introduction. Yes, what's your name and where are you working?
I'm Nkrumah Nuhu. I'm at TTH.
TTH,
yes.
Okay.
I don't know. I want to know what global surgeries have done so far concerning surgical oncologies, like mastectomy for breast cancers and outcomes. Yes.
Okay. I think India subcontinent have started something. It's on a trial basis. So, you know, when we design a study, we pilot it. And then when we pilot it, then if its pilot is successful, then we spread it across the network. So, for example, the cancer study is in India at the pilot stage. So each country has what it's doing. For example, you know, when I started working as a surgeon, let me tell you a secret. I was doing everything. I was doing gastric cancer, colon cancer, breast cancer. But after I look at it, I said, I don't want to do cancer anymore. No, not for me. The reason is simple. You work so hard, you are discharging the patient, they are very happy. The next time you meet their relatives, oh, Prof or doctor, thank you, but unfortunately my mother passed on. It's very, very depressing because they don't come early, they come late, and then you not get life expectancy after breast surgery, 5 years. Well, gastric cancer, I've seen about 6 years, 7 years. Those that came to me when I was in active practice with gastric cancer, the survival rate is higher than if you compare with breast. So I decided to do breast. How do you call it? The gastric cancer. But gradually, I also realized that, okay, 5 years, 6 years, you meet somebody and he says, oh, you know what? My mom, my dad, or my brother is gone. Sometimes in the market, when you are happy going to do shopping, to go and cook some nice, and you meet a relative like that. So I said, no, I'll stop everything and do hernia. I'm so happy with hernia. 10 years, people will meet you in the market and bow and shake you. So I restricted myself to hernia. And I'm so happy with only hernia than to do all this compressed resource wasting, and then you don't get results. So, for example, what we are pioneering in Ghana is that how do we get people to operate hernias in the district rather than operating hernia at the teaching hospital? Because the distance is far, it costs them a lot of money. So if he's got a medical officer or a house officer who is equipped to do hernia, then we're going to avoid complications like strangulation, intestinal obstruction, complex surgeries. They wait a long time in the hospital. But if you teach a house officer to operate hernia, he operates this morning, in the afternoon, the patient is going home. Excellent. I love that because I love results. I'm a results-oriented person. Okay, and the people are happy. So, for example, I'm giving this example because, so we are pioneering that, which is called Tiger Trial. And the Tiger Trial, of course, it's not in the district. It's not in the teaching hospitals. So we are going to the district hospitals, equip them, equip them with the skills so that they can operate the hernia before they get strangulated. Thank you. There was a question here, Mr. Amofa.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm Amos, also TTH Lab. My question has to do with the data that we are going to work with. When you are dealing with research, sometimes you have to ensure that the kind of data, the way you collect data during research is quite different from the way we do clinical data. So looking at what is happening, I don't know whether there are measures kept in place to allow for us to be able to collect proper data for the various analysis that will be done. Okay. If not, if we are basing on clinical data, it may not be able to yield much results.
Okay. So that is why clinical trials are the highest level of research all over the world. So we don't do the research alone. First, you have to send your protocol to Ghana Health Service. Ghana Health Service will look at the protocol and said, yes, you can implement this protocol. After this protocol, the Constitution of Ghana, the Health Delivery or Health Act, says that once it's a clinical trial, it means you have to go to FDA. Before I was doing research, I said, I do this research, nobody is implementing it. It is when I started clinical trial, then I realized that you need the FDA support because FDA have to speak to data and they have to associate themselves with it. So you send your protocol to FDA. You and FDA will work on the protocol, and then the FDA will say that, okay, people that are going to take the data, you have to train them. Then you train them. And then the FDA will say that, okay, those who have trained, they have to do a test. And the test is online. You can either do online or in person. If I say that he's a research assistant and is going to collect data and he hasn't got a certificate, which is called good clinical practice, he cannot be part of that team. So everybody in that team has to do that course, and you have to pass. The pass mark is very high. You need to get about, is it 80%? Yes. So if you get less than 80%, you fail. It means you can't be part of that study. So first, we train you, you go and do the test, you pass the test, you show certificate to FDA before you can be part of that thing. So we are not basing and don't call like Kumasi. Call and say, let's go and do film. The story is that somebody should be poor at the beginning, then in the end, you should be rich without any effort. Okay? So you gather people and say, this is your rule, this is your rule. No, here it's not like that. So we do a robust data collection, which is outside the clinical work. And then we use standard procedures. So if you say surgical site infection, is it in hospital? But the CDC criteria says that anything that happens to the patient within 30 days of surgery is related to the surgery. So even we collect death at 30 days, either by phone or in person, which is different from the clinical. Once you discharge, oh, no surgical site infection, he goes home, you call somebody, he said, have you got a problem with your wound? He said, no. Is there anything come? You say, oh, okay, there is some little water that is coming out and I always put something on it. We said, okay, come to the hospital. He comes to the hospital and a surgical site infection in the form of sinus. You wouldn't pick that in the hospital, but 30 days after surgery, you can pick that. So it's outside the clinical and it has to be robust.
Prof, thank you very much. My name is Ebenezer Tamati. Mine is not a question, but in your presentation, when I compare the hospital, then the local traditional treaters, the stress that you go in the hospital is very tedious. My plea is that there should be a way for those who cannot afford. Because me like this, when you tell me to go to Kolibri right now, I can't go. Because I don't have the means. If I had a fraction, I would prefer to go to the local traditional fitters. So we plead. There should be a way to massage the expenses for those who cannot afford. There should be a way for us so that equally we can also go to the hospital to treat ourselves. That is what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think, yes, you see, I'm tempted to say something. I don't want to say it, but I'll say it. You see, Rwanda. If you've been to Rwanda, you realize that it's a perfect country and Europe in Africa. But let me tell you the secret. All the policies in Rwanda, everything there was written by Ghanaians after the war. Everything. Healthcare, health insurance system, hospitals, army, police. Everything was done by Ghanaians. Expert. So when you go to Rwanda and you're a Ghanaian, people respect you so much and they believe that we are there. Because if we can coach them to be there. But so when some of them come to this country, they get shock of their life. Because Ghana is a great country. I mean, when Mandela came to Ghana, his perception changed and said, no, we don't have to sack the white people, we have to stay with them. Because the perception in South Africa about Ghana was that Ghana is at the roof. But when they come for the first time, they get too much disappointed. So not that we don't have the laws, we have everything well written. If we could go to help Rwanda to get to where they are, the problem is how to implement the law, how to implement what is in our books. And now we all know what is creeping into it, making it worse, not improving it. So yes, advocacy plays a role. Advocacy, if people who have suffered fracture before can all come together and say that, no, what is happening, we don't like it. Without political color, it works. Look at what is happening in the kidney, the dialysis. It's a public, but we are quiet because we take sides. We as people, we take obvious and clear sides. So when you go and talk, nobody will listen to you. because they see the color. And you also go and criticize first. Women has been able to get breast cancer on the national health insurance. Cervical cancer is coming. It is not a politician who will wake one day and say that breast cancer should be covered because it's expensive. They would like to maintain the status quo. It is for the people, because the power always belongs to the people. When they say they don't want it, they don't want it. You can say you want to build cathedral. If they say they don't want it, you stop it. But the will of saying that we don't want it, and this is what we want, that is what Ghanaians are lacking. Okay? Because I was in Rwanda, we were traveling a distance like from Nkintampo to Kamale. I was traveling with a colleague professor who is also, he's a plastic surgeon. So we're going to see what is happening at the district hospital. The man was going 50 kilometers per hour. I was sitting down quietly. I said, I didn't want to talk. So we went, and then there is like Europe. There's a cafe where you can go and drink coffee, drink tea. It's creating job. So he said, oh, let's go and take coffee, tea. So we branched, and then it's a nice place. We went there to take coffee and tea. Then we sat in the car, we're driving. Police on the road, they do something like this, and then we pass. It took us about 5 hours. So we finished what we were doing, we're coming, it took us another 5 hours. We go back to Rwanda at 10 o'clock. Say Tamale at 10 o'clock midnight. But before I say, this journey would have taken us less than 2 hours. So why? He said, hey, Stephen, if I go over 50 on that road, by the time I go and come back, all my salary will finish. And how is the salary going to finish? The camera will take you and you pay penalty through the bank or Momo. And what has that done? Fatal crashes have been eradicated in Rwanda. So, I mean, and all these things, I can tell you with authority that all these things were designed for them by Ghanaians. Yeah. And decentralization of care. We went to that district hospital. It's like a Saraga district hospital. It's got CT scan, it's got MRI, and all the specialists are there. And I was supposed to assess the program as with the international. I mean, they needed somebody to assess the surgical residency in surgery. So I went there, I went to the residence place. I said, oh, but they don't have TV, they don't have, this thing, because of course they want the Ghanaians to give their input. So I was giving the input. After that, I had a meeting with the residents. Are you happy that there's no TV? They say, well, we don't have TV. We have 24/7 internet cover. So we can watch everything on our phones. We can do everything on our phone. There is a neurosurgeon there. I went to the neurosurgeon, okay, do you have equipment for craniotomy? He said, yes. What about if you need specific? So all that I need is to call the center. Then the drone will bring the instrument I need to operate. So the district hospital has got all the specialties. And this is the model given to them by Ghanaians. If I go to our district hospital. Good. So is the advocacy. Okay, thank you very much.
Let's do it for Professor. Prof, thank you so much. Please, I will want us to come in front so that we can fill the spaces. It's not good for the coverage. with the spaces in between. So please kindly move forward and then fill the spaces so that the pictures will be nice. Hello, please, if there is anybody online who wants to ask questions, we'll give the opportunity to about 2. Please, if Prof. Dion is online. Whilst we wait, I will introduce our next speaker. That is in the person of Dr. Napoleon Sam, the head of the data center of the GSU. He is going to take us through clinical trials when it comes to surgical research. Doc, you are welcome. Please, when questions come up, we'll pause and then Prof will take up the question. Thank you.
We come in. Now we know what GSU does as more of improving surgical outcomes through collaborative research. And we do impactful research as indicated. Now the question is, if you do the research and your sponsors are no more sponsoring, what becomes of you? So you need what we call sustainable plan, right? So this sustainable plan culminated to the fact that the group or the team established what we call education committee. And what does the education committee do? Is to come up with capacity building through resource material developed. And with the establishment of the data center too, we have a mandate, and the mandate that if we are able to train people as much as possible, able to announce all the necessary talents, and then push whatever we are doing, the clinical trials forward, even without sponsorship, because internally we have built capacity that would be able to, seek for grants, sponsorship, and what have you, to carry on what we already started. And for that matter, the data center comes in handy to indeed one, to give some capacity building to all the teams we have. You know, Ghana is a hub, and we also have the spokes, which is the hospitals. That's how we operate. So Ghana Data Center, what do you do? What you do is to build the capacity of all the people involved in this trial, especially those who handle data, so that you ensure quality data. And then two, because it's been instituted in the university, you also engage the university community with the students and then the lecturers. Then above all, you also look up to how you can build the capacity of the health workers. So that has been our task as far as the data center is concerned. Now, why is it necessary to even start with clinical trial? Of course, we have series of, presentations we'll do. So why is it necessary? And I know that in terms of R, you are there, and you can be in one way or the other selected or picked or recruited to handle maybe our data. So in that case, if you don't really have knowledge on clinical trials, sometimes it becomes difficult to meander your way through. So we think that once we have associated ourselves with R, then we can chip in what clinical trial is all about, and then how to manage, clinical data. And then above all, what, software would be so important, because clinical data, we don't joke with it. Because if you look at the stakeholders involved, if you joke with it, they can cancel your work, and it involves huge monies. So your data storage and what have you is very important. And so you need to have a robust system that can store the data forever. And that is why we would also introduce you to RedCap. Good. So my presentation, clinical trials, I will look at the introduction of what is it about, the clinical trial conducted, why is it conducted, maybe we have phases, types, we can talk about the key holders involved, very important. The ICH guidelines, international guidelines on drugs, life cycle of clinical trial, protocol and study design, then informed consent, recruitment and enrollment, data collection, monitoring, adverse effect. Of course, sometimes once the clinical trial, there will be an adverse effect. How do you handle that? Then statistical analysis, results and reporting, then challenges in that. Now, whenever we say clinical trial, we are talking about study that prospectively assign human participant to one or more health-related intervention to evaluate effects on health outcomes, just as WHO's definition. And it's holding because you assign the patients or human beings, to some intervention, and you look at the effect of the intervention on them. So human beings are involved. Normally the participant, we can call them volunteers. So if you are recruited, you can be a volunteer, you can be subject sometimes. And then where we do it, you would ask that, where is it carried out? The hospitals. So we term the hospital as our sites. Wherever research center, even if it's a research, it will be our sites. Good. And then we say that if it's a clinical trial, we can also term it as clinical study. So anytime you hear clinical study, then it's a clinical trial. Anytime you hear that. Now, why are they important? Why are they important? One, we want to look at the effectiveness of the intervention to treat the diseases. So if you don't subject your intervention to maybe participant or whatsoever and know the effect on it, how do you say that your intervention is effective? As an example, COVID-19 vaccine. You do that and you don't test it, you would not be able to tell whether it's effective. So clinical trial will let you know the effectiveness. Safety of new drug. Is it you have developed a new drug? Do you just give to people if safety is not really tested? We need to do that. Then even the dose we give. So if it's about COVID-19, a new drug, you can't just give any dose. Even if you go to that's the prescription, they will give you the dose. It's very important. So one of the essence of clinical trials looked at that. Then testing drug formulation, therapies, combination of therapies. Sometimes we want to know if we add this therapy to this therapy, would it work? All these things are clinical trial would do. And evaluating the effect of therapy, the quality too we do. Treatments, if you really want to give treatment of maybe new approaches, why not? Do it clinically and see whether the new approach is something to upheld. If not, you don't do that. We can also look at how we can prevent diseases, early detection and diagnosis. All these things are advantages why we do clinical trials. Now, the phases, when does it start? Sometime when you're doing your clinical trials and you want to do what we call the phase 1, then it has a limited number of people you can use. And so if you have 15 to 30 people, then it means that you want to look at maybe whether if the drug is safe or not. The drug is safe or not. So at that moment, we don't really recruit plenty people. Then the phase 2, which is less than 100, of course, and that's, we also look at the efficacy of whatever you are using as intervention, if it's drug. So that's the potency of what you are doing, using the intervention. You need to also establish that. So that phase, we don't really involve people as less as 100 will be okay. Then we have 100 to thousands. Of course, this has passed through all these phases, right? Phase 1, phase 2, then to phase 3, where we can 100 to 1,000, plenty people. But then when it comes to that, it means that we compare new agent with standard treatments. We are just comparing the new agent to a standard treatment, a very important thing we need to establish. And then if we have it several number of people involved, that's when we want to go to markets. That this one, we call it post-market long-term safety and efficacy. It means that when we do it in that sense, we would have any effect because it has been tested, passed through. That's like COVID-19 vaccine. It's gone through process, and the latter process is where the world can really endure it. So what are some of the types we can do? And these types, we want to hinge it on the fact that we have the intervention, okay? So in terms of the intervention, what can you have in a clinical trial? One, we can have a clinical trial where we use drugs as intervention. Very important. And of course, we have seen so many of them, drugs. Then we have devices. Sometimes we use devices. For instance, what Prof spoke about, the cheetah, change of groups, change of instruments. Are you okay? What is the effect? It's a device. You get it? We currently carrying out Amos, Camel, and so all these things we have instrument we used in dealing with that. So would there be any effect with the introduction of the technology or what? Then we can talk about surgery. Hello, we use surgery. So we perform certain type of surgery and compare it to other maybe surgery and see this particular method would be better off than the other. So surgery too can become an intervention for a clinical trial. You know radiation. Sometimes you go to the field of cancer cells, how we deal with that. Some use radiation, right? And you see, they may want to know whether if you use radiation, it's better off than maybe using the normal, chaotic types we use sometimes. So radiation too can be an intervention. Diagnostic process, and sometimes we use diets, lifestyle. Are you okay? Okay, they say you have BP. Now, is there a particular fruit or diet that you can use? You would use as an intervention that will help you reduce that. So it can become an interventional study. Now, who are the stakeholders involved? And of course, in terms of clinical trials, you can't downplay stakeholders because they are like the police. Because the little mistake you do, you cause harm to the patient. So the stakeholders are very important in handling that. So, for instance, we have the investigators. Investigator will be, he is the one investigating whatever situation you have, condition or whatsoever you want to investigate. Then we have your sponsors. You cannot do it without them. You need them because clinical trials are very expensive, as I've indicated earlier. Then we have the Institutional Review Board. That is why we were told about the Ghana Health Service, the FDAs, and what have you. They are the reviews we should do. So if you look at the hospitals, some of the teaching hospitals, they have their own review boards, right? Yes. Then we have the regulatory authority where we can talk about the FDA. In fact, and then Ghana Health Service. But the other ones, because of some of the institutions having their own review board, we can really deal with them independently. So it's very important we look at all these people as our stakeholders and deal with them accordingly and appropriately. Very important. Now, this issue of ICH, which we call it International Conference on Harmonization, is more of the drugs we produce, because sometimes if the drug has no global significance, why do you submit it to Ghana or African country? Is it to die or what? What is the purpose, right? So it's very important we have all these bodies overseeing to it. And that is the ICH, very important in clinical trial. But let's look at the life cycle of clinical trial. So in clinical trial, what is the life cycle? You will see that first it starts with developments. What are your development? Prof mentioned what we call the protocol. Without protocol, you can't do clinical trial. Let's briefly look at the protocol. So designing of the protocol and what have you is very important. And you would also see where we have the CRFs and who. Then we have the submission process or submission or review. This situation, this place, what you may do is to submit, because you have your protocol, you've designed everything. You need to submit for approval. The regulatory bodies, the review bodies, and what have you. So when they do that, they can give you go ahead. Yes, what's the clinical study you do? We think that we've studied, we've gone through it, hitherto, and we think that you would be able to carry out without any harm. Then you go out, you carry out. Now, when you come to the activation stage, what normally you do is you need to activate, start something. Are you okay? Do the program. But the question you ask yourself, are your investigators set, your site, preparation, what is going on? Are they all ready for you to kick off? You need to ensure all these things that are needed for it to kick off. And then you activate it. The moment you activate, it means that then the actual processes, the trial will start. Are you okay? The trial, how they will do it and what have you. You will see the investigator, the clinicians, it can be whoever it can be the pharmacist, it can be the, but this time around we are talking about a surgeon. So the surgeons, you will see them in action, implementing whatever is in the protocol. You will see them. And then when they are in action, you don't leave them. There must be an oversight. Is that what we have intended in our protocol? Is that what they are following? Very important. So if that is what they are following, we have no problem. But if not, we need to look at it, because the authority would also come after you. Will come after you. And that oversight is where monitoring sometimes is done. So you monitor at that stage to ensure that the right thing is done. Then the thing you do during the oversight and when you go a little beyond, data verification. So you as a data manager there, we really want to establish what we call data quality. Because the essence of data, if it's not quality, then we will not get reliable results. So our motive, our aim is to ensure that we verify the data, we validate the data, and then we do all the necessary things to ensure we come out with accurate data. And that's what we do there. So all the necessary dynamics to employ on what we call the data, the data we need to do it. And that is why you, as potential data managers, you need to take R seriously. Are you okay? So when you take R seriously, sometimes you have preliminary analysis you run to know whether there are skewness or whatsoever. You should be aware of them, right? So that is very important. Then after that, having done that, verify your data, what is next? Then it means that your data is rich for, analysis and what we call publication. So then we have a level where we would do the publication and we report. And then the last thing is called closeout. In clinical trial, If you don't do closeouts, you are considered not done, because that is what FDA will come. Why are we saying that? Because one, there are some chemicals involved. There are some instruments involved. There are so many things involved, and you have used them. How do you dispose them? They want to know. And again, in that time too, you'll be able to put things right. Are you okay? You're able to put things right. So you close it finally. You do some bit of occasion to say that we have closed this site. And that's where the closeout is. So let's get that cycle. If you have an idea, this is the cycle it follows, and you will be quite good in that. Now, as I indicated, we have what we call the protocol and study design. And of course, the protocol will contain the study design. So we say that, what is a clinical trial protocol? The protocol is a detailed plan that outlines the study objectives. So if you want to know the objective of the study, go to the protocol. If you want to know the design itself, go to the protocol. Methodology, statistical consideration. We have something called SAP. Who has said it before? SAP. Postgraduate student. Yes. That is what statistical analysis plan. If you don't have it, you can't continue. You need to have it, right? Statistical analysis plan is there. Right from the beginning of the trial, it ought to come with a design. Now, why is it important? It's the roadmap. You follow it to do whatever you are supposed to do. That is why the Ghana Health Service, the FDA, would take that protocol and study it and say that this will be helpful, this will not be helpful. In fact, modify this aspect, leave this aspect, and then you are easy to go. Good. So what is design? Refer to the overall plan that specifies how the trial to be conducted. Sometimes, what are you doing? Are you doing prospective study or cohort study? Are you okay? All these things must be known. They want to know. Because if you look at our trial, it's multi-center, maybe prospective or whatsoever. Are you okay? Multi-center, it means that we have so many centers as far as the countries are concerned, right? Perspective one, of course. And then one thing we should also understand in our clinical trial is randomization, because should I say the strength of that research must be of essence of randomization, because the randomization now gives value to your clinical trial. Why? Because you ensure that the subjects you select or you recruit are devoid of biases. Whereas maybe other studies, you would see that, oh, you are not interested in this randomization. But here, you ought to do that, and very important. And you do that to ensure that all these biases are done with. Again, sometimes you ask, but if I know that you are part of, I'm giving you the intervention to test you, I will definitely conclude that, oh, the intervention is good. Sometimes there is what we may say. If you know what it's, so we have something called blinding. Are you okay? We want to make it unknown to you so that you give an objective view. Yeah, and these are some of the key elements we introduce into clinical trials, and that makes what we call the clinical trials. Good. The informed consent. As usual, we all know what informed consent. If what you are doing, you don't make it known to me, I cannot consent to, I can't do it. If you don't explain it to me, I can't do it. Are you okay? So these are things, your protocol and everything. In fact, it must state them clearly. What is expected of you as a participant. Very important. Let's take notice of that. So you will see that key elements, study proposal and procedure, risk and benefit of the participant in the trial, confidentiality, voluntary. So all these things, if you are doing them, you need to ensure the participant with all these things, right? Good. So the recruitment, how do you recruit? In fact, strategy for participant recruitment. make sure sometimes it is what we call diverse representation. Are you okay? Because as we were talking, diverse in what sense? You cannot use the situation in one breath or one state and then conclude for others. Sometimes if you get some diversity in terms of your selection, you will begin to appreciate the differences. So when you go forward, you would understand that there's what we call heterogeneity that we, the statistician, will want to, deal with. Because the differences can cause so much havoc, but we need to handle that. And this may be and then we have the community engagement and then clear communication. What that means is that if I want you to be part, there must be a clear communication to you and everything defined properly. Community engagement. The community engagement will do that. This time around, as Prof has reiterated, it's very important. The person you are dealing with, you know his consent, you know his thoughts, you know his mind. Are you okay? What does he think? Is there any suggestion? So you engage the community, you involve them, and then you will get some idea that can inform you. Sometimes when you do that, your protocol, it can be informed and you really handle that change or modification. Very important, we need to look at it. So the data collection, having done that, informed, you have accepted, they have consented to your work trial and they want to take part. Now it is up to you to collect the data. So the data collection, we have so many things we do that to collect the data, but then we need to have a standardized form that we can collect the data. So that is what we normally call the CRFs, the case report forms. Very important. And in other words, if a layman comes, he will say that is the questionnaire. But in clinical trial, we will say that it is the CRFs, okay? And that must be properly addressed. Monitoring procedure, continuing oversight, as I've indicated. If you don't continually go to the site, you may get results you don't want. And one of the elements of clinical trials is go there, find out what is happening. Quality assurance, source of data verification. Source of data, sometimes, we need a primary source of data. That way we have the records. If you go to the hospital, you have your records, right? And then what we have done, can you marry them together and see what is happening? Then data integrity, data entry to minimize errors. Sometimes the person even entering the data is tired. Are you okay? And whatever he will enter, if you don't monitor it, you will get it wrongly. And I've told you, wrong information, inaccurate information will not give you reliable results. That's what, then data cleaning is also important. We adopt that. Now the question is, if all the things we are doing and this trial records what we call adverse effects, unforeseen event that had happened, what do you do? Are you okay? And it is there, it can happen. So, and of course, if you do continuous monitoring, you will be able to get it. So we are saying that safety monitoring is the way to go. Ensure robust procedure to promptly identify and address unexpected side effects. You have given some people particular drugs, and this drug you have given them, some are reacting. What do? If you don't monitor continuously, you will then not get to handle that effectively or promptly handle that. And so we say that continue vigilance to detect adverse effects in real time. Timely intervention, or everything timely. Other than that, you will kill somebody. Because the focus is that the patient's well-being is our topmost priority. Are you getting it? So if your research will deform the person, what essence is that? So that is what we need to look at. Now, from there, having gotten things right, then you do your statistical analysis. Of course, the statistical analysis You know it, right? That's exactly what we are doing. And if you are using R, there is nothing R cannot do. Oh? Okay. There's something R cannot do. It's a robust software. It's a robust software. And that's why you need to learn it well. So we look at, right from our research, we can run preliminary analysis, of which is obvious. It's obvious. You can look type of data. There is T, there is chi-square, there is regression, there is multi-level analysis, sometimes survival analysis. All these things are involved. You can do that for your data. Again, what that the statistical analysis helps? So you can talk about the data summarization and what have you. And when you do that, when you do analysis of your data, you get the results, you are able to validate your results, and then you now give it out. So result and reporting, you can't just have your report and put it there. That's why you see dissemination is very important. Every opportunity we get, the group goes there, sell out what's done, achieved. Okay. Now, as he indicated, Prof indicated, they were at Geneva, they were at conference where WHO was, and they need to showcase what they've done. WHO, what have you done? Is that part for? Of course, you prove it. And they're part of the arrangements, and you will be there. I believe soon we would be there, and you will hear that now, Cheetah, every surgery we do, there must be change of gloves and instruments. It can be part of that, because every dissemination with opportunity. So let's look at the challenges. I just want to go fast on that. The challenges. What are some of the challenges? All this you do, you think there's no challenges. There are so many challenges. One of them, recruitment difficulties. Some of them, depending on your budget and what even the participant is in need of. It will tell you, if you don't give me money, I won't do it. Perhaps it's not part of the budget. So there are difficulties, and sometimes some of the exclusion criteria are hidden. Are you okay? You might not know, and then you just bring the person on board. Later, the person professes some of the effect you don't want to see, and it's already recruited. Are you okay? There are so many problems here and there. Finding constraints, regulatory complexity. FDA is not easy. It will subject you to proper scrutiny, and they would train you, because sometimes they will find you, give you a fund to pay, and their monies are heavy, because they want the work you are devoid of error, that would be human friendly, and that's exactly what they do. And then the participant adherence to the protocol. Sometimes the people you have recruited, the clinicians, the surgeons, instead of them to follow the protocol, because of what they know, they begin to forget your protocol and do what they want. If you don't monitor, you don't say it. And if you don't say it, your authority will come to supervisory role. If your monitoring group is unable to see it and find you. Ethical consideration, emerging technologies. Thank you. Okay, maybe questions, right?
Thank you very much, Dr. Napoleon. So my name is Samuel, and I'm at SMS, KNUST. Please, I have two questions. And during your talk about randomization, you were like, it's very important to maintain randomization in your trials. but sometimes our study objective has a certain degree of bias to it. You are supposed to maybe a group of people specifically. So how do you still maintain randomization in such studies? And then two, we don't usually, to the best of my knowledge, we don't usually start clinical trials without maybe studies in mice or animal studies. But in your intervention on the types of interventions or the types of study trials, you are like drugs, medical equipment, devices. But some of them, like the devices, how do you still do a study in animals or animal studies before bringing it into human beings? Because research usually, we do animal studies to maintain efficiency before coming into humans. So how do we still maintain the preclinical trials in such circumstances like the devices and intervention, like devices and other stuff? Thank you.
Okay, that's a good question. In terms of animal trials, of course, some of the trials like the vaccine and what have you, they do it there. But not all the clinical trials that you can see or can be seen done in animal trial before they come to human, depending on how friendly. That's why we have the regulatory bodies. Are you okay? What is their main objective? To see that whether this thing is friendly to human endeavor. And for that matter, it can be carried out straightforward with humans. Are you okay? They check all these things. So depending on your protocol, what you have said to do, if it is viable, you subject it to the authority and they will accept it. If it is not, FDA will tell you, go back to the animal model, start with them before you come to. So all these things are there. So that is. Then the second one is about the randomization. As for randomization, you know we have randomized control trial, randomized control, and then non-randomized control trial. So what you are saying is the non-randomized control trial. Okay. I hope it's okay.
All right. Thank you very much for. Okay.
Let me clarify that point of animal models of research. What we do in surgery is we put to test an existing materials that are being used in humans. So it is when it's never used in humans, that is where you go through the stages. Now we have the question you are asking. Someone is sitting at the FDA and he said, okay, we said we want to use the sutures that are commonly used in theaters. But the FDA will tell us that no, it's still stage 2. You know, we have stages before you come to the humans. You will have done, and we have been in a discussion, counter confrontation, and say, well, the sutures are being used already. All that we're going to do is to compare which one is effective. So we think that it's stage 4. But they say no. No one has compared the sutures before. And you are the first group to do that comparison. So we still classify it as stage 2. So that is where the issue is. And I think the question is viable. And I think those sitting at the FDA don't want to agree with us that what we do is stage 4. So we said, okay, we agree, stage 2. But then you don't expect us to go and experiment it before we come, because these things we are using are already in the market and it's being used. The other thing, because I don't want to talk again, I want everybody to interact. The other thing Napoleon said, which is very important, is the community engagement in the study design. Today, all over the world, if you want to win a grant and you don't involve the community right from the design of the trial, nobody will give you grants. So you have to prove. I told you about Tiger trial. When we started the Tiger trial, we finished our protocol. The NIHR gathered the Ghanaian community in Birmingham and then ask them a question. In Ghana, or you, if you are in Ghana or a relative in Ghana, would that person be allowed by non-surgeon, a doctor, to operate his or her hernia? Then the community in Birmingham said yes, it is possible once the person is trained to carry out that research. They said, no, we're still not going to fund you. Even though we got the information from the Ghanaian community living in Birmingham, we are happy with that. But what is happening in Ghana? Would the Ghanaians accept that? So that means they have to give us that, get 5 patients who have operated their hernias before and 5 patients that are carrying their hernia. And then find out what they think about that. So we have to move from Offenso, Nkrumah, Nadoli, Sabulugu, Sumiane, because the district hospitals were randomly selected. So we went to the places. One, we had opinion leaders on board, that is the chiefs. We got clergies on board from both Islam and then the Christian community. And then we have 5 people that have operated their hernia and 5 people that did not, who got hernia, but they've not operated. And then the question, when you go to a hospital, do you mind who operates your hernia? They say no. Who do you think will be appropriate to operate on your hernia? They say, we want someone who is trained and qualified to do that. So we have to go around, and we said, in the initial protocol, we said we were not going to operate on women who has got inguinal hernias. That was the original design. But we changed it in Nkrumah. In Nkrumah, we said those who have operated their hernia before should come. Then one lady came. We said, hey, we didn't want, they said, well, the lady said she wants to come. She has something to offer. And what did that lady say? He was pregnant. He got strangulated inguinal hernia. He was operated and had a miscarriage. And since that, all attempts to get pregnant again is not working. And we reported that in the CEI. So he went up there, they said, no, women has to be included, but we will not include them in the data analysis. So if you go to a place and you call people to come and participate in that trial, and then a lady comes and say, I have inguinal hernia. You won't say, go back, we are not operating women. You operate, but you exclude from the data analysis. So that is why community engagement and involvement is a key of what we are doing. Because you can't win grant because you have subjects that you are going to use for this research. And the subjects are human beings. So you need to take what they think into consideration. At the beginning of the study, we said everybody should come to the hospital to be examined. In Offenso, Nadoli, they said, no, we live far away. We can't come. Why don't you call us on phone to get the feedback? Or why don't you ask us to go to a health center for us to be examined there and report back to you? That was taken into consideration. And then we modified the protocol to say that either you come in person or we're going to do a telephone follow-up. Again, the funder said, well, telephone follow-up, how would the people understand? Then they gave us another work, little fund, to do and find out how you can use telephone to follow up patients after surgery 30 days. So in Tamale, Kumasi, Brekum, with patients that have gone to surgery, we call them randomly and call patients that also have gone to surgery. And then we look at the telephone information that we are going to get after what they think about their wound and what they think about the surgery, and also people that come to the doctors to be examined. We concluded that telephone conversation or telephone follow-up is a key. It's also important, and you get the same information when the patient travels about 50 kilometers to come to the hospital just for a review in a research. So that's how the community involvement and engagement can change your protocol. And that's what people would like to see before they fund you. Other than that, they won't fund you because it's a huge sum of money and people can take them on if something happens. And they don't want that. They don't want abuse. Remember, random trials and clinical research have subject people to syphilis in the United States before. Medicine was tried that lead to absence of limbs ever before. So that is why they want you to involve the community. Community have to get their input so that you don't put too much stress on them. And then again, the regulatory body will check and make sure everything is fine. And we do some research randomly. FDA will call you and say, Tabri, you and your team, we want to meet you Tuesday in Saraga. So we drove to Saraga. They went to where the intervention, the povidone iodine was stored, that is in the Falcon trial, where the sutures were stored, whether it was stored in an appropriate place so that temperature and other things will not have effect on them before they take it. And then they call us again and say, we are going to Takoradi to find out what is there. That is the form of regulating a clinical trial so that when you come out with the results, then they can, and I must also tell you that Ghana FDA, of course, is one of the best institutions in Africa. That's why malaria trial, PPV trial, everything is coming to Ghana. So when you talk about Africa, it's Ghana or Kenya. All the rest are not there yet. So thank you.
I'm done. Yes, I will come back. I will give another clinical data management. So you will handle you. I will handle you. Okay. So
The next item is Introduction to Healthy Owl by Dr. Rhino Pius of University of Edinburgh. So it will be delivered online. That is Dr. Rhino Pius. She's a data scientist from the University of Edinburgh. Doctor, you are welcome. We are listening to you.
Hello and good morning to everyone who is attending the first ever Ghana Art Conference. Many congratulations to the organizers. This is an amazing event that we've managed to put on. My name is Nkrumah Gaius. I'm a Senior Data Manager at the Center for Medical Informatics at the University of Edinburgh. And I will be telling you how we use art for global health data science. I'm so sorry I can't join you live today, but I had a baby a few weeks ago, so everything goes by his schedule rather than a conference schedule, which is why I'm having to record this when he's asleep. Kind of a brief history of the main kind of studies our team has been running. The studies are called Global Search, and they collect data on patients. Hello and good morning to everyone who is attending the first ever Ghana Art Conference. Many congratulations to the organizers. This is an amazing event that we've managed to put on. My name is Nkrumah Gaius. I'm a Senior Data Manager at the Center for Medical Informatics at the University of Edinburgh. And I will be telling you how we use are for global health data science. I'm so sorry I can't join you live today, but I had a baby a few weeks ago, so everything goes by his schedule rather than a conference schedule, which is why I'm having to record this when he's asleep. Kind of a brief history of the main kind of studies our team has been running. The studies are called Global Search, and hello and good morning to everyone who is attending the first ever true story account data on patients from different countries who have surgery and how well they did in after surgery and how well they recovered. The first study was in 2014 and it collected data on 11,000 patients from 58 countries. And you can see there's roughly a study every 2 years, and the number of patients and the number of countries keeps increasing. So the last study, GECKO, which is just wrapping up, collected data on 53,000 patients from 110 countries. So what I'm going to tell you about is some of the tools and mainly are and that we use to facilitate these huge global studies. I will also note that these studies are being run by a single research group rather than like a big institute or a big building full of hundreds of analysts. No, so it's a relatively small team running these studies, so we have to be very efficient with our tooling, and I'll tell you how we do it. We do it by combining these two kind of pillars that are called automated systems and democratization. So I'll tell you about each of these two in my talk. Firstly, we use a lot of automated systems, which include programming scripts. These are mostly done in R, but every now and then we can use SQL or even Python. We do a lot of dashboards in R to help us run these studies. We have interactive data explorers, and we send out a lot of data quality emails as well. The database software we use is REDCap. It stands for Research Electronic Data Capture. It's great. Not only is it a great database software, but it integrates with R and RStudio really well. So using REDCap and RStudio together works almost seamlessly. And so we, for example, this is a map of the countries that took part in the latest study, and you can see that so we had 11,000 surgeons entering data of these 53,000 patients, and the sending out secure logins to the REDCap system was also facilitated by R and R scripts. So once people have logins and they start to enter data into our REDCap database, we need to monitor how the study is progressing. For that, we have many live dashboards that tell us how many records have been entered, but also what's the quality of these records, how many are incomplete or filled. We also have like the validation updates, and you can always see a map as well. So for example, Ghana has contributed 88 patients to this study. This is a great contribution. Thank you very much. And In addition to kind of tallying up the number of, you know, data we have, we also run interactive data explorers alongside the study to start looking at preliminary results as soon as possible. This also helps us spot any potential kind of issues, or kind of it helps us check that the data is coming in kind of the right formats. It would be quite dangerous to run a big study like this, get all the data in, and then start analyzing it once it closes. No, we start the analysis sooner than that to make sure everything kind of works, because it will be much harder to go back and kind of fix any issues or get any missing data points afterwards. And finally, we also run a validation, a very kind of substantial validation part of the study. It starts with internal quality check and then goes into external independent validation. And again, we have lots of kind of these dashboards that show you what's incomplete, what's complete, what's the progress, how well are we doing. And then finally, I've shown you a few dashboards, and people have been kind of into dashboards quite for the past definitely 5 years, maybe more than 5 years. And people have been saying, oh, are dashboards replacing emails or not? We do both. So in addition to having these dashboards available where people can go and look what the progress is, we also send out a lot of emails, because not everyone likes to go and look at a dashboard. Some find it a bit overwhelming, others just don't remember to check it. So some people prefer to get specific information into their inbox. So when we're running this study, we're also emailing people to say the data from your center is 60% complete. Please log in and fix these and these kind of missing values. So, and we do all of this emailing by our scripts as well, because we have 11,000 surgeons around the world doing data entry. We can't obviously email them manually. So you can use R to not only write emails, but to also send them out with a connection to Gmail. And so we use R to make dashboards, data explorers, but also to send out data quality emails. And that helps us run these studies. Now, the second part of how we use R, what we do with R, is what we call democratization. And that means that we use open source tools. So R is open source, R is free, RedCap is also free. But we also do a lot of training and education, because we need other people to be able to help us do R. We can't do it all alone. We're very grateful to have various kind of, not just research fellows, but research-minded people, you know, contributing to our open source tools and scripts. GitHub is something that people use to share our code. Well, our code, any programming code, we use to share our code. So Certical Informatics on GitHub is where you can find a lot of our code that's freely available. So you can copy it, you can modify it to make it work for you. And so that's a good place to check out. We also do a lot of training, and alongside with the NIHR Global Health Research Unit on Global Surgery, that's a long one, we have opened various data centers in our partner countries, including, of course, Ghana. Ghana Data Center was in fact the very first one to be opened in 2019. And then we subsequently opened data centers in India and Nigeria. And you can see that Mexico and Rwanda are to be opened this year, and Benin and Guatemala next year, but everything is in process. So these data centers help facilitate people to do data-driven research, hopefully using R or any other appropriate kind of tools where you need to be using. And we would we encourage everyone in data centers to make use of our Healthy R resources that are all free. So I'll tell you about some of them. all of those things to the book, the notebooks, which are basically our course materials. We run live demos, I'll tell you more about it, lots of just videos and cheat sheets, so you kind of things where you can look up things about art. So first and foremost, we publish the book, and the book is freely available. So if you just search Google for art or health data science, you'll get access to the whole book for free, or you can follow this link. And yeah, so the whole book is electronically freely available. If you want a hard copy, you can buy it. The second thing, main thing that's freely available is something called Healthy Art Notebooks. So these are our course materials. So when we first started teaching this course back in 2016, we set it up so the course materials and the script lived separately in two separate documents. So you could look at the course materials and you could write your art script. It made sense, except you need quite a big screen. And for that, where most people these days use laptops, and so do I, because I'm often kind of traveling between different places or working, I'm working from home, I'm working from the office, I'm working in a cafe, whatever. So a laptop, so we decided that we needed to make our course materials, condense them into something that fits on a laptop screen. And that's what's called Healthy Art Notebooks. So if you go on our website, and the link is just coming, you will find full access to all of our course materials in the notebook format, so you can just do it in your own time for free. And this is an example of what it looks like. So at the top left, that's where we first ran the course in Edinburgh in 2016 on big screens. But then after we put it into the notebook format, we were able to go to Estonia, which is where I'm originally from. And then we also, when we opened the Ghana Data Center in 2019, you can see that both in Estonia and Ghana, we ran this course on laptops rather than big desktop computers with big screens. So that's what the notebooks allow us to do. All of these resources are available at healthyart.surgicalinformatics.org for free. There's the book, there's really nice introductory videos on how to get started using our studio, how to reading your own data from the spreadsheet, and many others. Obviously in this talk, I haven't actually shown you any art code or how to do art, and actually we do that every 2 weeks live. So if you go on the same website, healthyart.surgicalinformatics.org, you can either sign up to the mailing list and you will get notified of any upcoming free live demos, or you can click on the live demos recording link and you can see that we've done live demos on how to draw a global map, how to reshape data, plot improvements, how to use StringGar, and there's many more when you keep scrolling there. So this is how you can improve your art skills or learn art with us by looking at these live demos. And you're also very welcome to join them. We'll probably take a break over the summer because of the holidays, but generally they run every 2 weeks. So you're very welcome to just join them. They're on Zoom, and you can ask any questions you have as well. So to recap, we use art to do global health research and science. We use automated systems, we use R, we use RedCap, which is a database. We use GitHub to share our code and to collaborate with other people as well. And we democratize our using data centers, including the one in Ghana, that's in Tamale. And we have made a lot of healthy art resources, and we run live demos, which, again, please join us. Please join us. I expect to see you all there. Join the mailing list to be notified. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you have a nice rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pius. Please, the next on the program is a questionnaire designed by Dr. Gloria Bob Miller of the School of Medicine, UDS. Well, let's welcome Doctor with a hand of applause.
Hey. Hello, everybody. Abuna Papa, you are here. I'm glad to see my dad in the house. I like to do things a bit differently, so indulge me for 2 minutes, okay? Just get up and shake hands with 2 or 3 people you never spoke or said hello to, quickly. Just shake hands with somebody you haven't met, you haven't seen, quickly. Yes. We haven't shook hands. You are the guys who have been intimidating me. Don't intimidate me. Eh? Yes. 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 And stretch a little bit. Yes. Okay. All right. That's right. Thank you. Thank you for indulging me. One more thing. I want to know my people. I want to know who I'm talking to. I want to know who I'm interacting with. So I don't bump. So I don't go offbeat. So I know my content. For all you know, you should be talking to me, not me talking to you. Okay? We are going to look at research questionnaire design. Okay? And for me, this is the beginning of all research. So indulge me 1 more minute. You mention your first name and what you do. Okay, so your area or specialty or something. Then quickly, let's do that quickly. The other phone, the other mic, please. You can start from the back. Amufa, I got you. There we go.
All right. So my name is Ebenezer Amufa. I'm the CEI lead. I'm also a medical doctor and a lecturer. Thank you.
Okay. So hold it, madam. Do you see right from the word go? If you heard correctly, I said, give me your first name and what you do. But Amufa gave me more than that. Questionnaire design. Let's go.
All right, so Ezekiel, I'm a lecturer, and then I'm a data coordinator with the GSU unit.
More information. Let's go.
Amate, student of Federal Technical University, and I'm working with the local government service. I'm yet to get to R. Yakubu, I'm a student of KNUST, postgraduate.
Postgraduate in what?
In applying maths.
Questionnaire design. You see, I went with a further question to him. Keep that at the back of your mind.
Okay, Ernest. I'm a first year statistics student here in KNUST.
Thank you.
Clemens, teaching assistants at the Department of Fisheries and Watershed Management.
Questionnaire. Error. Do you see? So say that again.
Clement.
Yes.
I am a teaching assistant.
Teaching assistant
at the Department of Fisheries and Watershed Management.
You see, the machine is not capturing that aspect. The lady who said it generates error quite a number of times. Okay. Fisheries and what?
Watershed management.
Fisheries and watershed management. So you reduce the error. Okay. Let's go.
I'm Bernard, postgraduate student at KNUST.
Okay.
I'm Henrietta. I'm a research assistant at Institute of Research, Innovation and Development.
Khadija, MPhil Applied Mathematics.
Wisdom, MPhil Molecular Medicine.
Abdurrauf, MPhil Molecular Medicine.
I'm Favor, environmentalist.
I'm Ernestina, Hospitality and Tourism Management, MPhil.
I'm Newman, medical doctor and MPH Epidemiology and Biostats.
So I'm Samuel, and then I'm a TA at Molecular Medicine, KNUST.
I'm Mamiesi. I'm with the Maths Department, KNUST.
I'm David, a lecturer in applied statistics at UHAS.
I'm Paul, a medical lab scientist, KNUST Hospital.
I'm Ben, research and data scientist.
Yes, I'm a surgeon and then a researcher. Thank you.
I am Napoleon, Methodist minister in training.
I'm Daniel Sasu, IT by profession and data assistant management.
I'm Rafik, postgraduate student, epidemiology and biostatistics, UDS.
I'm Amos, lab scientist and MPH biostatistics.
I'm Emmanuel, MPH biostatistics, UDS.
I'm John, research fellow, Institute of Research, Innovation and Development, Kumasi Technical University. I also teach research methods.
Adams Draman, research assistant, Global Surgery Unit, Tamale Hub. Lawrence, St. Peter's Regional Seminary, Cape Coast, IT Department.
Ibrahim, researcher and data analyst. I'm Farhan, monitoring officer.
Abdelghani, MPH student, UDS.
Nanabima, researcher, public health.
Okay. Thank you. We start, eh? Okay. Am I there? My friend. See, somebody is handicapped here. Boss J. Okay, Waba. Thank you. Right. We are looking at questionnaire design. You realize that yesterday's speakers, today's speakers, all have been talking about the fact that we have volume of data. Everything has been done already, Abby. So if everything has been done, why are we here? What are we doing? Okay? It means that when Prof was speaking, he said the system is complex. Complex by design, complex by nature. That is right from the word go. So how do we unpack? How do we redress? How do we make it simple? How do we address concerns such that they say it's impactful? We don't know better than those who are teaching us. But some way, somehow, everybody is interested in data from Africa, data from Ghana, evidence-based research. If they are giving funding, it's not because they think you know better theory than them, but they believe you have more empirical evidence or more data than them. And that is why we are important, or that's why we are at the limelight. So the question to ask yourself is, questionnaire design. How do I design my questionnaire such that I'm able to bring novelty, I'm able to bring something new, I'm able to create awareness in what I'm doing? So I am sorry, I am somebody who uses a lot of props, use my people so I don't forget. My friend, come. Sorry. Don't worry. I won't kill you, okay? Everything is already in the script, so if I go off script, we will share that with you. You see our t-shirt here. This is a very good example of the data we have. This is a very good example of what is happening in Ghana. At least we can see the geographical map that it's Ghana. Now, the question is, what does each of these colors mean? What does it mean? This is where questionnaire design comes in, whether in health, in the kitchen, in the market. You want more money, politician, sociologist, archaeologist, whatever you are. This is where you need to place yourself. and make your ball or your circle maybe this, maybe that, or probably one of the big ones there. That's what questionnaire design is all about. End of story. Can we close? Next. So this is the content. Introduction, I've done that already. Types of questionnaire. Process of questionnaire design. Designing a questionnaire, how to search for questionnaire using Google search. Analyzing your questionnaire. So the very first thing you have to think of when you are thinking of a questionnaire, solving a problem, is to ask a question. Sometimes you have the answer already, but you just want an affirmation or descending view of what you know. Your objective. You should know your objective right from the word go. And your questionnaire is going to help you achieve that objective. So if you don't have an objective, you are lost. It is the objective you be formulating that would help you design the questionnaire. And how do you know your objective is viable? By doing your literature review. Who has done it? Clinical trials. Who has done it? Where has it been done before? Why did they do it this way? Where was the error in the thing? Did they look at the people? Prof was saying that he didn't know the impact of society. Yes, most medical staff will not know what happens in the society because the society goes to medics. It is when you are sick or ill that you go to seek for their help, isn't it? So if they finish doing whatever you are doing with you, forget. If there's no problem, forget forever, isn't it? Until there's a problem. But here is a case, we as our community are trying to change the narrative to say that this is a continuous process. So our respondents are key. Sometimes I see you ask a question and then we normally do that. Sir, I want to ask you a question. Why do we do questionnaire design? Then the same person. You see, in questionnaire design, we already have to choose the respondent and that. If you know that, why are you asking? Okay? You don't need to, when you ask a question, let it be a question. And then your response or the response from your respondent will either affirm or deny. And both are both good. Both are statistically correct. It's accepted. If 90% do not agree with you, it is accepted. It's publishable. You can go back into it. Why? Then you dig deeper. Why is that always the case? Questionnaires are translated from what the researcher thinks, what you want to achieve. Sometimes you begin a clinical trial, at the end of the day, you realize that, pardon my language if I go a little bit off, You realize that, true, that's not what I want. But some way, somehow, there is another thing emanating from it. So from the hypothesis, you come to results, and then you see flip-flops around the results, and then you pick on one again. Why is it behaving this way? Why is it when you give malaria to children who haven't eaten, this is the reaction? So it is the questionnaire you go over, the protocol, you go over and over and over again. That makes you an authority. That makes you an impact. That makes you produce what we call novelty. They say addition to knowledge all the time. If you write a research or proposal, they say there must be addition to knowledge. Okay? So, no, too fast. Structure of questionnaires. We have 3 different types. Structured questionnaires. You must know your audience. So assuming I come here and said, do you have sex? Yes or no? That's quite awkward to ask that question openly. I know for a fact he has sex. Yes. But should I do it in this environment? Is it right? But if I design the questionnaire, I know who I'm testing, and I give this questionnaire to them, that information will come based on the confidentiality I have disposed to him that, listen, this is in confidence. For all you know, I want to give everybody who has had sex 1,000 Ghana cedis. Somebody who hasn't had it will say, I have. So you must know your environment. The structure of the question. It can be multiple choice, but it's structured. You don't ask for extra more information. Yes or no? If you are no, out. If you are yes, out. Maybe so. Which one is maybe so? Do you get it? So the design of the questionnaire, if it is structured, must be very fixed. Unstructured. What Amufa gave me. My name is Ebenezer Amufa. I do this and that. So you realize that sometimes when you want to pick people or pick trials, you could go ahead. The first round of questionnaires, you finish that. Subsequent ones, you say, oh, this guy gave me extra information. Can I go on to pick such a fellow for extra? So you see, in the social sciences, they will do what they call interview, focus group discussion, and staff review. It's the same thing. Sometimes, surgery, I had hernia. I don't want anybody to know I have hernia. I'm a woman. So I say I'm pregnant. If you come organizing community impact and you want to, and then you ask me in public, how was your, me, woman? I won't say it. But if you're going to focus all women, put them in a group and say, let's talk about this. You might get results. Some can even show you their clothes by showing you what it is. The question, the structure. Structured, unstructured, and mixed. If you want to dive deeper for a particular reason, then you go both. Structured question, when to use it? Most often for quantitative study, large-scale comparative study. Why? And when I talk comparative study, that is where, for me, researches in Ghana and Africa are key because we always miss something. The theories have been written, tried somewhere. But in Africa and Ghana, what is different? What is different is the context and the concept. And Prof made it beautifully. A research procedure, a surgery procedure in Tamale might not work well in Kumasi. Context. A research procedure in Bibiani might not work well in Accra. Context. The Accra man eats kenke before coming for surgery. That's what we do. Okay. Abanaba fomusu. They are coming to cut my stomach. If I don't eat and I die, he eat. If I go, I die. I've eaten. So such a person, you deny the person, don't drink water, don't eat. Hey, Kaadwa, komi. Give me the yesterday kenke. When they ask, I'll say, I ate it yesterday. Context. Context. So when you are treating such a person or you are coaching that person or that family before surgery, you need to explain what you are going to do. Why? The good, the bad, and ugly of not eating kenke that morning before the surgery. Context. So comparative study, and that is where I think our strength lies. To take what they have done and say, okay, you eat burger with beef, grinded. In our case, we don't like our beef grinded. Burger. Burger is beef. If you give my grandmother mincemeat, she will stir it and ask you, where is the meat? But it's mincemeat. Comparative study. That is where we have an edge. To say, yes, you have done this, but we are doing it differently, based on evidence-based. Okay? In statistics, we say, sinning in the basement. Those statisticians among us, do you know that? sitting in the basement. Mathematicians, we say garbage in, garbage out. This is available. I don't want to talk so much so that I want it to be interactive. So it's available. We'll give it to you. What information do you need? Right from the word go. First name. What information do you need? Right from the word go. So right from the word go, Amufa, I'm going to use you again. Amufa gave me everything. So in queuing in that data, Amufa will be the last person I'll queue in, even though he gave both information. What I wanted was just first name. If I needed 5,000 and I got 4,999, then I'll add Amufa. If I run my regression and there's an error term, I can quickly see, it was because I added Amufa. If I remove Amufa, would my significance level change or not? The error term, the epsilon in every equation. So as statisticians and R, you are feeding the system. If you don't feed it the right thing, you'll be misleading. And that's what Prof said. That clinical trials and post-clinical trials, that the side effect, like Prof, see, we are so close, I can't even officially call him Sir Napo. Pastor Napo, he introduced himself as pastor, so I should keep to that, right? Pastor Napo. Okay? So the data you feed in. So right from the web, if you feed in garbage, know you are going to produce garbage results. Yesterday, when one of the presenters presented and showed us an area where they said they were looking at poverty. And you see, this conference is hinged on Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals. So there's a lot for all of us to do and more. Just pick one of them and see how R can be impactful by setting your own questionnaire. Look at your very special, unique area and do that. You'll be turning out so much because it is specific to all the goals. Yesterday, when one of the presenters for the poll was presenting, he gave an example and showed us poverty margins, right? And then they use satellite dishes to capture light. So communities that have light are said to measure levels of poverty. So they are well-to-do, more or less. But what they often forget is that the level of poverty is not equal to welfare of an individual. The welfare of an individual is very different from what poverty is. Context. If you go to the north, if you go to my father's village or my mother's village, my grandmother has about 10 cattle. Chickens, countless. Goats, sheep. When we go, every day we kill. The eggs, we walk and step on them. But that grandmother, when I'm leaving, is saying, Abba, give me something. We haven't, because in Africa, we say we are below the poverty line or whatever, mathematics or the Gini coefficient being, just because they haven't come around to quantify our wealth. The woman who collects firewood, what is that equal to in dollars? The woman who fetches water, what is that to? They have quantified. When you're a housewife in Europe, we know your value. So there's a value for a mother who is taking care of babies. There's a value. What is the value of that in Ghana? Maybe zero. So we have to change the narrative by asking critical questions pertaining to ourselves and our context. Prof, you want to take it over from here? I'm gonna. Okay. So this is an example we want to set. Social media popularity survey. Right from the word go, you define your objective. What are you looking for? How many people visit the social media at any given point in time? This is just an example. So you must set your objective so that you assess the popularity. You want to see how many people, popularity, access, internet. Do you see? Now, identify your target population. Obviously, now we have kids in our homes who go on the internet and stuff like that. By this study, they are out. Do you get it? So if you go to gather data from children who play with laptops and what have you, and feed into it, garbage in. That's right. Choose the appropriate type of questionnaire. This type of questionnaire, you will need a multiple, because when you say social media, I was listening to the radio one time and somebody said, the caller said, oh, I read this on the social media that ABC has killed this thing. Then the radio presenter asked him, why are you talking like this here? Who told you that the radio station is a social media? So if it's not a social media, it's what? Community media. It is a social media. So the one even in a social media space doesn't know he or she is in a social media. Who is to correct that? You. The added information. We call it marginal effect. How little can you add to make a difference? How little? That little is what they call impactful. And I go back to Prof again. He started surgery, enjoying surgery, doing everything in surgery, going to breast cancer, saw the death rate, delete. Went on to, what do you call it? Abdominal, delete. Now he's in a hernia. Okay, let's see how long we keep him there. Do you get it? Let's see how long. So you see that in that space, the target audience, you must know. Choose the appropriate type of questionnaire. This is multiple choice. Radio is media. Facebook is media. Internet is media. GBT is media. What have you is media. Know them. Develop the questionnaire and then define your researches. You see, the context of your research, if you are doing a research based on community and you are checking for malaria and you happen to find bulu, your friend is saying, buru, yes, that thing. There is an interest as a surgeon, as a medic, to start following that particular research point and going, hey, how does this thing do? What is this? What are you doing? Deviating from your core research. There's nothing wrong with that. Write brewery Oxa in your notebook somewhere. That is my next research. So out of every research question, then there is another. We've gone through this, right? Yes. So these are the questions, the demographic. Now you see at the bottom here, you have male, female, prefer not to say, others, please specify. Whether we like it or yes, it has come to stay. Don't ask me what has come to stay. First, it used to be strictly male, female, male, female. When the others came, it used to be for color. So context, randomization. When they say others, it's if it is an European document you are filling, it's just to say whether you are black. So even there you go, black, white parentage, yellow, green parentage, pink, blue parentage. So whether you were born in the European Union, you were born outside, you migrated, or you went by boat, or you passed through the desert, others. That's how we capture that information. So that is key. Most often, we take it for granted, but that is also the beginning of another cycle of research. The number of people who are answering prefer not to say or others, and they specify. So in my questionnaire designed with my people all the time, I said, look at that margin. look at that margin. That's why you get new information. And so the multiple choice you tick. Obviously, if I'm to do this here, we'll see how many people are doing Twitter, Instagram, what have you, LinkedIn, TikTok. TikTok, how many are doing TikTok? Just show by hands quickly. Oh, just 2, 3? We don't know. Do we know what it is? You don't go there. You know, but you don't go there. That's a good information. Okay? If we want to go into the algorithm, it's R that is running TikTok. Yes. And the algorithm used for African countries is for joke. It's jokes and funny and insult. Ghana particularly insults. So if you are watching, you see that insulting things and jokes are what comes. If you go to China and Asian countries, particularly China, it's the algorithm used there is work, prototype things, how to fix a watch, how to fix a car, and that's what the kids are. So when you are watching, those are the types of things that come. When you go to America, they give you a specific algorithm. When you go to South America, they give you a specific, because they want to do what? Context. Ghana, we like insulting. Now even TV channels have dedicated lines for saying the K word. My daughter will not permit me to say. We are recording it. I didn't say that too. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Here. After you've designed your questionnaire, you know your target group, who you are going to pass the question. You need to do what we call test the questionnaire. Validation. Try it. Assuming I'm asking to find out how frequently people have sex. It's quite an off thing. I'm using that so it sticks at the back of our mind, but translate it. And I take this cohort. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here. And I test it. And then I come out to say 50% of women say they don't like sex. Am I right? Because just this 7, my 50% is coming from this one person. So testing or piloting your research question will tell you who to include, how to expand. Randomization, my brother. Randomly, I just said I'm doing here. But by the testing, I realized that no, I might generate some error. So let me expand it a little bit more. If I go this way, I think my 50% is fairly distributed because now I have 2 ladies in the cohort. And how many ladies do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 50%, there's a margin of error there. Do you see? So that is how you test how good your questionnaire, by improving upon it each time and again. When you finalize your questionnaire, you test it. In the social sciences, they do what we call validation after, and it's done through triangulation. I have gathered the data here. I have run my test. I have to come back to the community to validate. Is it true that, so this time was, do you have sex? Do you have whatever? This time now, when I come back now, is it true that we have sex in the morning or not? Yes or no? I've collected that data. I'm now validating. How many people out of this cohort will come out and say, yes, we do this? No, we don't do that. So in our programming and stuff, you have already achieved 50% of validation by doing this process. So when we take it and we superimpose it here, do we get the same results? The margins are the new research questions. The errors generated by the superimposition are the new. Keep in mind, there are assumptions all the time. The presenter who gave the satellite and used light said they want to use that to measure poverty. An assumption was made that because there's light in the community, it means that there is activity and therefore there is poverty. But that assumption can be broken by your questionnaire. by your question design for that particular community. For all you know, it's a den of thieves. And that's why the light is high. For all you know, it's a football field. The weather is so hot, they don't play football in the day. They play it at night. So that light will be on. Interpretation. So your research question will now go and say, no. It's not just what you are writing. What it is that in Tamale, between 6 and 10 p.m., what's the recreational center? What's the name of the recreational center? The recreation, your friend said, you know the recreation? Magnolia. Magnolia is active between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. Most of you don't know. But during the day, it's almost like kids. By 10 p.m., go there. 6 to people are playing basketball, volleyball, what have you. People who have finished work now go there to play at that time. Adults. So you put in a research question. You disclose an activity. That happens there. Keep note. Formative questions depend on the method. What method are you using? You can read what is there. Prof, you want to also continue? Maybe you. Okay, so how do we analyze the questions? Am I on time? Am I in time? How do we analyze the question? Before you begin to analyze the question, you should have gathered the data you are looking at. Clean the excesses. You are trying to survey, gather statistics for, or gather some evidence for childhood killer diseases. Your target objective is right to think about malaria, 0 to 5. And then within that group, you see somebody who has malaria, diarrhea, what have you, extra. Do we add this person to the data? Do we remove that person from the data? That is the beginning of analyzing your data. So a very smart person will add first, run the regression, whatever, and see whether there are errors. What is the margin? What is the coefficient of the error? What is the... Once you do that, you can take it out again. And you see, R is so sweet and flexible because you can make and not make. True or false? Once you understand the coding, so my beginners and what have you, we can learn it. Just learn it and partner somebody. That's what I do to my boss. As I said, add this one and let's see. He will run it. I don't see it for you. Say, remove it and let's see. He will remove it. Then we add a little bit. It's like when we add a little bit, then it is, so maybe, laugh sad. What you eat can either make you get malaria or not. Then I start thinking, questionnaire. So what question can I ask around this area to generate a new research? Why is it that when kids have malaria and you give them, their stools are different? Remove incomplete and inconsistent response. The child with malaria and what have you, that more than what I want, put them aside. Group them. Now, the challenge about that side is, for kids, it's easy to define male, female. But when you get to me and you, who have decided otherwise, research question. Prevalence of whatever in those communities, research question. Do you get it? So even there, it can't be conclusive to say that 50% kids say this, 50% males say this. No, you can't, it's not conclusive. Somebody can challenge you on that. What about the LGBTQYZE? Plus, minus. Division, crab. Now, when you go further, you look at, you start by conducting the statistics. You want to see the percentages. 50%. You want to do a quick visual representation. Throw everything in. Then you look for relationship. Is this positively related, negatively related, or spiral? Test for the relationship. Or it's just dormant? Is it the necessary condition, or it is the sufficient condition? Processes. This we will share with you. I don't want to bore you, but I want us to ask questions so that if we need to come back to any of this, I find myself alone talking. I don't like that. Prof, will take us through this, and then together you can ask questions. And then, so this is more practical. This is hands-on. And I want the voice to change so that it's not boring. There we go.
Okay, thank you very much. Indefatigable, able colleague. So let's do some search. Now, if you are interested in a questionnaire, if you are interested to get a questionnaire, how do you do a quick search to get such questionnaire? That's what I will do. I will use maybe 1 minute, okay? Because she had done justice to everything. Maybe you are aware with your objective, target, population, and what have you. So you know. So if you are designing questionnaires, she has told you, there are steps involved. You don't just pick up any other step and then put it there. No, must follow a steps. So, so what we do is normally we go online. You don't go to Google. You go to Google Scholar. Now, you enter the all-in test, okay? Then you follow it by colon. After following by a colon, what it has come, Is it? So after following it by a colon, what you may do is to see what measure. You know statistics, they have measure. Every variable can be measured, right? So it's a level of measurement. Is there? So if you want to design or define any variable, you have to have that measurement. So you enter measurement, but this measurement you take, you need to let it be inverted commas. Okay, I hope it's clear. Then you bring or, so maybe if you are using your phone, right? Then you bring or. No, first of all, the question is what subject area you want to get as your questionnaire. Maybe I am interested in SF36. Are you okay? You know SF36? You don't know? Oh, is that so? Quality of life. That's the questionnaire. So we have the SF12, SF36, right? The back pains and what have you. So maybe if you want to look at, you want to measure a certain condition, the pains associated with it, we use the SF, quality of life. The quality of life. So if I ask you, go and conduct a research on quality of life of malaria, quality of life of, what do you call it? Any kind of condition. Are you okay? You sometimes use this SF12, SF36, right? So in this case, what I want you to understand is that, so first of all, you bring all in test. It has come, right? All in test, let's do it. All in test, then colon. I want you to put in the inverted comma, the SF36. Put it there. SF36. Have you done that? Hello? Have you done that? Or then you bring or measure. Or what I'm saying is confusing you, right? Don't be confused, right? I wanted to do it. Don't worry, let me do it for them. Yeah, but it can come. Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah, you'll not be. What's that?
It's okay here. You let me do it and So now let's go on. All in test. We have the all in test. Have you done that? Have you done that? We are starting. Let's start. Enter all in test. So ALLINTEST. Have you done that? You have done that. Is it? No, together, combined. Okay. Yes, so together, have you done that? Now, I want you to put there the type of questionnaire you want. I want SF 36. Maybe you want customer service. Are you okay? Maybe you want questionnaire on surgical site infection. Just put it there. But make sure it will be in inverted comma. Okay? Put it there. Have you done that? Hello? Have you done that? Then, okay. So put it there. Then, space. Put inverted comma measure. Inverted comma measure. Have you done that? So you can even follow it here. Proceed by putting inverted measure in an inverted commas. That is measure. Then follow it by or with or. So right from the inverted comma, enter or. Don't put the or in inverted comma or. Are you okay? Have you done that? Then put source in an inverted comma. We want to identify from a particular source. Is that there? Are you there? Then when you are done, then the questionnaire should come because we need questionnaire. So inverted or inverted comma or questionnaire into inverted comma. So this is what you will see together. You will see all in test. You let some space come. Then you bring, I am choosing SF 36 inverted into inverted commas. Then I bring in space measure into inverted commas. Or then I bring in source into inverted commas. Then I bring in or questionnaire into inverted commas. Are you okay with that? Have you all done it? Then when you are done, you click on search. I said, go to Google Scholar. If you do it in Google, you won't get it. Have you done that? It has come. So you will see that what we call it, the suggestions that the search has given you. Some of them, there are PDFs. Can you see that? You can click on the PDF and open that document. Two things. Either you see the instrument or the questionnaire, part of the methodology, or part of the supplementary materials, or attached at the latter part of the questionnaire. So these are the three ways you can see the questionnaire. Or sometimes they give you a link, or sometimes they give you reference, and you will get that questionnaire to use. Hello? So can you see SF? I don't know what you used, but I was talking about SF 36. So I hope you would get plenty of them. Did you get plenty of them? click on any of them, you would get samples of questionnaire. Sometimes it might not be stated vividly, but there will be a link to that. Or sometimes there is what we call reference to that. When you go and look for that article, you will see it there. Sometimes it comes just below the article. Are you okay? It's below the article, is there. Sometimes you'll be able to identify that questionnaire inside the methodology. I hope it's clear. So any questionnaire you want on this earth, use this one to get. Hello. On that note, we bring questionnaire development to an end. I hope there's no question. Questionnaire you have designed, no question. Is there? So there's no question, right? You know it, right? Okay. I'm over.
No, I don't have a question.
Oh, okay. We have Dr. Ebenezer Amova to take us through community engagement. And as Doc is preparing, listening to Dr. Bob Miller on contest and then a community engagement, it reminds me of a research one of my professors did. He's passed, Professor Ahmed J. May he so rest in peace. With a big funding from UN. It was supposed to be done in East Africa. And I think Uganda was one of the countries. It was about one of these sexual transmitted diseases. And in their protocol, they were supposed to give condoms to the men. So that the men will wear the condom. And then they were supposed to go back after 14 months. That is 1 year, 2 months. So that they can get their results. So they went there. He led it because he was from Africa. So he led the US team. They went there, discussions with the people. Then when they were about leaving, they distributed the condoms to the men. Then they left to come back in 14 months. When they came back, they realized that quite a number of the wives of the men were pregnant. So the whites asked them, he said, Ahmed, why? Ahmed, why? So he now went to some individuals to ask them. Then they told him that in some communities in Uganda, having sex with an uncircumcised man is a taboo. So, when they wear the condom, it's sad. So they use scissors to cut what was hanging before they had sex with the woman. And then the woman became pregnant. So the whole project became a fiasco. So they had to restart the whole thing again. So contest and then community engagement is very, very important. Doc, over to you.
All right, please, good afternoon. My name once again is Ebenezer Mufa. I lead community engagement and involvement in the Ghana Hub. So basically what community engagement does is to bring into research, the surgical research that we undertake, the patient's experience, the patient's lived experience, and then the patient's knowledge. Because I'll borrow a few words from Prof. In his presentation, he mentioned that when you undertake a surgery, as a surgeon, you have certain expectations. Your goal is that you want the surgery to be successful, and then you want the wound to heal without any complication, right? But the patient also has his expectations as well. So what we do in community engagement and involvement is that for the surgical researches that we undertake, we bring on board the patient's experience to shape the research cycle. All right. Okay, I'll start with an opening question that when we say a community, what does it mean to you? Can I get any input from anyone? how would you define a community? Yes. Okay, so Prof said a group of people with a common interest. I think the gentleman there also wanted to. A similar, okay. All right. So we see that traditionally we would say that a group of people living in a defined geographical area bound by maybe a culture, a belief system, or what have you, would define that as a community. But if we look at it from a detailed perspective, we realize that even though people may be living in a geographical area, but they may have maybe a common experience, a particular subset in that community, in that geographical area may have a peculiar experience or may have a peculiar expectation. And that also binds them together as a community within that broader context, which has been the traditional definition. So all the pictures that we see here are actually a reflection of communities or communities living in a broader context. So for instance, this is a rugby team. They are all males and each of them has a stoma. That makes them a community. In this picture, which is labeled C, for instance, is a team of young girls in Nigeria and they form a dance troupe, right? That also makes them a community. This is a group of women who are all women who have formed a cooperative society and they are farmers. That also makes them a community because they have a peculiar experience, they have a peculiar expectation. So in community engagement and involvement, we acknowledge that people have a lived experience, and that lived experience is very important in whatever it is that we undertake. Okay. Defining a community is also context specific. So we are not saying that we are doing away with a traditional definition of a community, but we are saying that people, even who have an occupation, may form a community. We can say a community of health workers, but within that context also, all health workers are not the same. So it is not a one-size-fits-all approach in terms of community engagement and involvement. So for the NIHR, we look at it from the perspective of collaboration. So community engagement and involvement is a process of working in collaboration with communities who are most likely to be affected by the research outcomes. So in the case of hernia, for instance, one of the studies that is going to be rolled out in the hub is TIGER, which is tax shifting in inguinal hernia repair, right? Some groundwork was done before I joined the hub. But for instance, one of the experiences was that from the initial work that was done, the perspective was to look at males who have hernias. Because if you look at gender basis as a risk factor for hernia, more males get hernias as compared to females. But at a community there where a discussion was being held, a woman raised her hand and said that women should also be included because women, even though they are not the majority, women also have the experience of hernias, right? So we work in collaboration with communities who are most likely to be affected by the research outcomes. All right, so there are also other synonyms depending on where you find yourself. It may be called public and patient partnership or patient engagement or patient-oriented research. So there are alternative names that are used in different contexts. All right. So these are some guiding principles that shape or that define the boundaries of community engagement and involvement. We make sure that it is held in an environment such that everybody has an opportunity to express himself. So we try as much as possible to take the engagements out of an environment where people's opinions may be overshadowed. So for instance, let's say you bring a consultant in a hospital setting, you bring a consultant, you bring house officers, you bring medical students on board for a discussion. It's likely that one person may think that what he says may be in contest or may be challenging the opinion of his authorities. So that person is likely to suppress what he has to say. Or you work in an environment where the male voice is the predominant voice. In that case, if the females are there, they are likely not to express themselves. So the meetings, we ensure that sometimes, most of the time, we hold them in the communities at a place that the community will choose. That is where we hold the meeting. And we ensure that everybody has an equal opportunity to express himself. So we ensure that there is power sharing. So community engagement introduces democracy into the research process. So it's not about a research team designing something and going down to implement it, but rather bringing the community to the table to help to co-create and to co-design. The next is that we make sure it is flexible and creative. So sometimes we hold in-person meetings, but if people cannot make it to in-person meetings, we call them on phone, or we hold a Zoom meeting to be able to get their ideas to be a part of the process. So we are flexible and creative. The essence is to make sure that we understand our community.
take clinical trial or clinical study. Then electronic data capture system, data entry, data cleaning, up to storage. Now, when we say data management in clinical trial, what does it mean? And we are talking about allowing you generating of high quality sound data. So the process is there. You know, if you come to our own endeavor, let's relate it in our own endeavor. To manage human beings, we say it's complex and it's difficult, right? But your ability to manage them, especially when you are in a system, you manage them. Same way in our clinical trial, the data we have, if we are able to manage it well, then we can be assured of reliable results. And that is why this process is very important. So one, the responsibility of the staff, if you are involved, one, the staff must be trained. Specifically, what research are you doing? We are doing cheetah. And what is cheetah about? Change of an instrument. We need to train people on that. Are you okay? We need to do that. Then the data management itself, what we want to do, how to conduct it and how to go through the process, we also need to give you capacity on that. So as a staff who is involved in clinical trial, the training we cannot relent on that. Data obtained from source data is complete. So at that moment too, what we look out for is, source data, I've said it here. I said that source data is maybe the hospital records. So you ensure that the data you take from there is accurate and complete. As data that is not complete, definitely we affect. What we have, make sure the data is in consonance with that. Other than that, you may collect data that is not needful in the trial. So that is why we train you as to what exactly do you do. And in the form of uniformity, we bring in what we call the CRFs. That will give us some standardization. So any missing and amended according to the good clinical standards. So if indeed the missing data, we need to amend it to follow good clinical practice. That's what I told you about. Every researcher, no matter your background, if you want to be involved in what we call clinical trial, you need to do it. I have done it and I passed. So you can also pass, okay? Process of data management, we have what we call, first of all, we need to go to some information to this. Even start all our data collection, right? And so we need the source data. Then we need to complete the CRFs. That is what we are bringing in to collect the data, as we have indicated, like a questionnaire. This is what we would use to collect the data. And again, when we do that, and all these things, the data is from part of the data correction because it's on sites where we are doing the trial. And again, we do what we call data entry there. So we upload the data to the trial database. The question is, what is the trial database? If that database is not robust, we cannot use it. Because we want in the future, we can still resort to that. We will go back to that database and see the result there. We will see the data there. And how many database can withstand that? That strength, have the strength to hold data as and when it's available. Sometimes some of our systems are being hacked here and there. Then we do what we call right from uploading the data. Then we look at overseeing the institute, that is the monitoring institution, the monitoring groups and what have you, seeing to it. Then we have data query. So when we see that we get to a point where we have loaded the data, then we clean the data. When there are queries, there are certain things you're supposed to not to have done, you have done them. Then we query you on that. You see, we send you a message, email. Please kindly go back and correct it. These are the data management process that we do. Data validation and statistical analysis. Now, so the source data as I've indicated to you, so I don't want to talk about it again. Then the case report form, as I've indicated, is more of, literally you should see it as, what do you call it? Questionnaire, but in a clinical research, it is CRFs. Yeah, that's what we use to collect the data. Now, the good clinical practice we are talking to you about, there are certain standards. The moment you take that exams, it means that you have followed standards, okay? And that is what we normally term in the acronym as ALCOAC. Now, any changes you do to the data, we should have somebody we can attribute it to. If you go and delete something, it must be your name that you have deleted it. It's a data management process, okay? So there's an element of attributable, there's an element of legible, okay? We should understand so easily the way and manner the data has been captured, how you have done the input. Then there is what we call the contemporaneous system, where information should be recorded as and when it's generated. They contend with that. There shouldn't be, you don't contend. Put it there. On original. We don't need any other one. Then accuracy and complete. Of course, the data is accurate because it's free of errors. That's what we want. Complete. What you are given, is it able to answer your main objective? It's very important. Now, what we need to do as data management is for electronic data captures is done to even the FDA. Because if it's not robust, they won't allow you to do it. They won't allow you to do it. So we have some of them. We have the Medidata. We have the Oracle. If I heard of Oracle before, right? We have the RedCap. And we use RedCap. But RedCap is the robust. And anytime you want to visit it at any point, you will see the data. You will see the data. And then we are doing it, I will see whether the work we did on one of the research, clinical is there, people. I did something there. So we'll see. So these are the things we need to do. So we call it electronic data capture. Helps you. This is a system. It's only meant for data capturing. Are you okay? So this system is only meant, so where your data will sit is important. And there are benefits for that. We would go over that. We would not. Very important. Data is vital in the research process. This span source data for the clinical trial is inputted into the electronic data capture system. So there's data, and then what data capturing system. That is what you do. The CRFs, you make sure you put it into our data system, capturing system. Okay, that's exactly, because at the end of the day, what we do is once you are working, you fill in the questionnaire or you fill in the CRFs, and then you feed it into the electronic data capture system. And that is very important. We take notice of that. So it is good practice for trial staff to conduct the below process at this stage. Highlight any missing inconsistent data fields which transcribe the data onto the trial database. So at the end of the day, if on the CRFs you have something missing data and what have you, attention must be drawn. Are you okay? You don't just put it into the database, trial database, which is, we would term it as red cap. You don't just do it there. Refer back to the participant source data to correct any inconsistency highlighted to reduce the data queries from overseeing institute. So now, let's say I sit back, I'm watching what you are. I have found that there is inconsistency. I query you on that. The moment I query you, what you do is you go back to the source data and trace it, whether indeed there was something like that or not. But if you check it and there's something wrong, you correct it. Are you okay? So that is what we are saying, that those having overseeing your activities, to avoid the queries, you do the right thing. Ensure that no data fields are left blank. We don't want it, because that is why it's a every bit of information, every bit of data field must be completed. We don't leave it. Then you do data cleaning. As for data cleaning, that's where we normally do what we call data entry quality checks. Sometimes it is more appropriate that you get somebody else to also check, do the entry and see whether or not. Fatigue may come in as your work is concerned. So definitely you should be able to do that. So we normally say that should be performed by individual who did not originally enter the data if possible, and should be conducted after minimum of 3 months since the original data entry. So these data checks must go on. And that's, I say, it's a lifeline for the trial. Then the data queries that we do. How do you query that? It depends on the way and manner the person has entered the data. Sometimes when you go onto the CRFs, you see some cancellations and what. In fact, not all cancellations are accepted. I will show you, give you a typical example. Let's look at a typical example here. Now you are entering somebody's age. You enter 25, but the person is 24 years. What do? You just give it one line cancellation. Are you okay? Yes. And then you write the 20, then you write the 4 there. Now, the one who did the correction, are you okay? You need to write your initial there. Your initial, the time, the date you did it, you put it there. If you don't do this and FDA comes in, they will have problems with you. So this is it. So you see the second one, the person has done what we call what? You don't use what we call the corrective fluid or correction fluid to our tippers to do that. No, they wouldn't accept that. So let it be clear and let it be known that you are not hiding anything. Data, that is where you ensure data consistency. Of course, sometimes in terms of data completeness, we have talked about, you look at whether what you are taking in, capturing the data point you want, false you want, is it able to answer your objectives? And then are you following the regulatory? Are you regulatory compliance? Are you there? Are you following it? Very important. Let's take quality control. You do quality control and monitoring. And this is also very important. Now, look at the way the quality control is structured. 1, monitoring conducted by oversight groups. That is the data monitoring committee is there. And trial steering committee. So we have steering committees. Sometimes you look at the way we do our research. You have a committee at the Birmingham over the trial. Then in our jurisdiction, in our hub, we also have monitoring committee that are there to also do the checks and balances. Then we can have the on-site monitoring where people are there to monitor what. So if the monitoring does not go in that manner, it becomes problematic. Then we look at the data analysis process. Of course, all what we are doing, we need to ensure that it's devoid of errors. So at a point in time, maybe in a preliminary, maybe on the onset, what you may do is to check whether there are some kind of extreme values here and there, outliers here and there. So that will inform you to know that there's a challenge, or missing values here and there. That will inform you there is a problem. And so when you are said and done, in terms of your data, what do we call it, checks and data analysis, maybe to check out where there are problems, you then go into the main analysis as I indicated to you. So before each analysis trial, statistician conduct data validation check on statistics data validation record to allow trial team to resolve any inconsistencies in the data before a snapshot or data log takes place to ensure data is consistent, accurate, and reliable. All these things, that's before you even started all this cleaning and what have you form part of your system. Now, what is important is that, again, every data analysis must have, when you were developing the protocol, there was the need to introduce what we call the SAP, statistical, that's the analysis plan. There was the need for that. And for that matter, we need to go to that and do whatever is supposed to be done. So once you do that, there is the need to know which package would help you execute that. And of course, what we are talking about here is the R package. You can use SAS, you can use Theta. But for us, if you look at our work, so far we have done, we use more of R to do the analysis, which is very important. And of course, with that, it means that the data security and confidentiality is important. That is why we look at the consent and what have you, so that we ensure that we don't really deprive them of their confidentiality and data security. Very important. So when you are in charge of data management, one thing too you should not lose sight of is the storage. Because at the end of the day, when you store your data, it must be there forever and ever. It must be there forever and ever, so that anytime we want, we can go for it. On that note, we come to the end of data management. And I will quickly add how the capturing of the data red cap, then we say bye-bye to whatever we are doing. So now let's look at, let me continue with, because we capture the data, how do we do it? How can we know about the red cap? So on that note, I want to talk to you about creating a red cap project. What we do, creating a red cap project. So if we are doing what we call the CRF, how do we do it? Are you okay? I told you the CRF in our essence is for us to, it's more like developing a questionnaire. So we use the red cap to develop it, and we use it to capture the data. So whatever we have done, because we have used the red cap to design it, when you are entering it, the fields are there for you to enter. So in that sense, let's see. You can see it, right? Okay, so can you let them see it? So creating red cap projects. Of course, okay. So that red cap we are talking about, what is it? What is red cap? Is the red cap is the research electronic data capture. Are you okay? Research electronic data capture. So with that, that is the name. So anytime you see that red cap is for electronic capture of data, right? Good. Now, my outline, what I'm going to do with you is to create a new project, export the data. Okay. How do I do it? I am going to add in new values, new variables, introducing new variables from our maybe protocol. We have a case CRF, so we'll design that, include field validation, branching logic, and data quality rules. So this is exactly what I'm going to do on my red cap. So first of all, I need to enter my red cap. Maybe I have asset. You see, red cap is not easy to come by. So even institutions struggle to get. It's not easy like that. So when you get access to that, it's very beneficial. So what we do, even with us, we have access. They create access for us, and then we use it. But we don't have our own in our institution. So now this is what you do. You enter into the red cap. This is sometimes the interlook you would look at, or interface you look at. Now, because you want to create a new project, you go to what we call new projects, right? You click on it. The moment you click on it, you will see that another window opens up. And when it opens up, it's about, then you click on create projects. When you go to create projects, you get another window that tells you what you want to do. And you would enable, you will click on enable. It means that we want to enable whatever you want to do on that questionnaire designing. The moment you click on it, then you go to what we call online designer. That is where you are going to design. You design it online because at the end of the day, you share it. Good. Then from there, you choose an action. What do you want to do? What is the name you want to do? So I choose an action. I can choose to rename my, what we call my work, my projects. Good. Then when I do that, I give it a name. This one, they name it a demographic, but I can choose it to be anything I want. Now let's give a typical example and do it. Let's say I want to create these 6 variables on red cap. How do I do it? So first of all, as usual, you would go to add tests. Okay. You go to add test. Then add test simply means that we are going to add variable, right? So when you go to add test, you get to a point where we have value, variable name, field label. So one, if you are doing questionnaire, you will see that you have variables or questions that we call them variables. Are you okay? Every question is a variable in questionnaire. The same way, if you look at the 6 questions we have given, each of them is called variable. Now the variable is age. So you put the age as a variable name. Then the field too, you put it there. Now the question is, we need to put in validation. Maybe the age group we want it from 10 to 20 people to answer the questionnaire. So in that sense, I would go to where we have the validation. Are you okay? I'll go to where we have the validation. Good. Okay, where the validation is. So you can see the validation. We have then you select what are age? Is it an integer or not? You need to know. So if age is an integer, then you pick it as an integer. Then it will tell you, then validate it. Which age range do you want? So with this one, we want 18 to 120. Then you put it there. Do you require it as a field? No, you don't require age as a field because REDCap generates automatically unique code for us, identifiers for us. Identify, no. So in that sense, when you are done, then you click on save. It will save it. Then you go to the other field, which is sex, variable sex. Now, sex is not an integer. It's not a numerical data. So you need coding, right? And we would assume that it's male and female, right? Good. So in that sense, what do? You don't go and pick field type. You don't pick the numbers. You don't short test and what have you. What you pick is multiple choice, radio buttons, single answer. That will tell you, REDCap, that you are dealing with tests. So in that sense, you name the variable, you give it a field label, then you come and code it. In coding it, you come to choices. Male is 0, male is 1, female is 0, and then unknown is 9. Then you do again, you do till you are done with all your variable in the CRFs. When you are done, then, okay, then again, we have the branch whatsoever. We do the branching. So sometimes we have multiple choices, right? There are multiple choices and number of answers you pick. We are okay with that. And so that one too has a way of doing it. In that sense, you don't pick single answer. You may pick multiple answer, like what we have the type of field, multiple answer. And you can see that we have various non-overweight smoke chronics. Good. So with that, you would be able to finish the input and be able to design the CRF on in the REDCap. There is something called branch logic in REDCap. You see, sometimes like what we had other comorbidities, right? And then they mentioned all of them. Then we listed others. The question is, if you pick others, then which one are you referring to? And if you go to that extent, then we call it what we call branch logic. Because when you pick others, we need to be able to put in what you have picked as others. So that is what is there. So this is how we do it. Now let me go online now and do all these things with you. So I will do all these things. When I go online, is the online? Can I go online? Okay, so let me now do. I have finished the what we call it, the presentation. I want to what we did. I want to do it online with you.
All right. So I'll briefly run us through the cheetah trial. Hello. All right. So I mentioned that in CEI, one of the things we also do is dissemination or engagement, dissemination of results from our trials. Because if you generate evidence and you publish it, for instance, it's either gets stuck up on a search engine or in a database or maybe in a library. But you actually need to get the information across to people who need it to be able to implement it and change practice. So the cheetah trial was a cluster randomized trial that was looking at the change of sterile gloves and surgical instruments before wound closure to assess to see if it had any impact on surgical site infection. So the trial was done on the basis that there was no clinical recommendation by WHO, but it looked plausible. That is, it made clinical sense that at the point where you are going to close the wound, if you change, because you can wear a glove and undertake a surgery for, let's say, 4 hours, right? But if at that point where you are going to close the wound, you decide to change the gloves, it makes sense that the glass would have been contaminated. So if you change it, perhaps it would have some evidence. Then, of course, there are cost implications for anything that you do. Whether you are changing practice or whether you are maintaining practice, each of them comes with a cost implication. So the essence was to come up with evidence to change clinical practice. So 4 hospitals were selected per country to participate, and the hospitals were selected by cluster randomization. All right. And it was also designed such that hospitals were assessed, their theaters were assessed to make sure that certain local factors do not confound the results that were going to be generated. Right. Patients who were randomized to take part in the study included both children and adults. Each of them had to have had an abdominal surgery, and the length of the incision, that is for the cut, it was supposed to be at least 5 centimeters. And then the category were clean, contaminated, contaminated, or dirty surgery. Cesarean sections were excluded. The intervention which was being assessed was the change of gloves and instruments prior to wound closure for the whole scrap team. So the surgeon, the surgeon's assistants, the scrap nurse, each of them was supposed to change their gloves before the patient was randomized. The next is the primary outcome was surgical site infection, and the duration was from the time of the surgery up to 30 days after surgery. All right. So if we look at the countries that participated, Ghana also contributed a significant number. If we look at India, India's population is in excess of 2 billion. So it makes sense that Nigeria is the second most populous nation on earth. So it made sense that these 2 countries contributed significant numbers, but Ghana was also among one of the countries that contributed a significant number. All right. So the conclusion from the research was that if you were to change the gloves at the point of the wound closure, compared to the rates for surgical site infection for prevailing conditions before the trial was done and after the trial was carried out, it was found out that the surgical site infection rates decreased from 19 to 13%, sorry, to 16%. So this generates a lot of evidence that at the point of wound closure, the little change that is introduced into the surgical journey of just changing your gloves and surgical instruments has a significant impact. Another one was also done, which looked at the cost implications, the cost of gloves and the cost of the surgical instruments, because all you needed to do is to change your tooth dissecting forceps, for instance, your needle holder, and then your suture. And then adding up the cost of the gloves for the surgical team. But if you compare the outcomes for those who had surgical site infections in terms of patients' out-of-pocket expenditures and then the cost for health systems, at the end of the day, we concluded that it was plausible that even though it was going to cost you something to get extra gloves and to get extra instruments, the costs of not implementing it outweigh the cost of implementing it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amofa. All too soon, we are coming to the end of the program, and I'll give the microphone to Prof to talk to us.
I think the Cheetah trial is a robust trial. We found the benefit. But I think when you go to the hospitals, especially in Tamale Teaching Hospital, we did a workshop we tried to, we invited all the administrators, director of administration, all the big guys. But unfortunately, it's not been implemented. In all over across the country, it's not been implemented. For various reasons. Some will say cost, but I always say that if maintaining your car is expensive, try accident and let's see which one will be more expensive. Because the gloves, 2 pairs of gloves is how much? And if you look on the surgical ward and see what is going on there, the benefit is so huge. But as a country and as people, changing what you do is so difficult. Some even forget. As it stands now, the only hospital in Ghana that is benefiting, and they are very happy, both administration, scrub nurses, surgeons, and they've seen the benefit themselves, is Techima and Holy Family Hospital. No hospital. All of them will give reasons. Even though they were involved, there are about 15 hospitals that were involved. Kwalebu was part of it, Tamale Teaching Hospital, Cape Coast, Takura, Debrekum, Techiman, Tamale, Saraga, and we all saw the results. But why can't we implement it? We desire a lot more to understand it. But other countries, I think from WHO, that's World Health Assembly, is one of the things they're going to recommend in the next set of recommendations that is coming out. As for National Institute of Clinical Excellency in UK, they have already put it on their website and they are forcing or they are encouraging all the hospitals that does surgery. We're looking for collaboration. Please come on board. Let's change practice. Let's improve outcomes of our patients. For some of you, some of us in this room, we are enjoying the national cake. You can dress well and come and sit under air condition. So you think 5 Ghana cedis is no money. But when you see a patient coming to the hospital and you say, oh, go and buy gauze or go and buy this, and the patient, especially the old ladies, open, they tie the money with the edge of the cloth, and she opens that part and it's got 2 red ones. That's 2 cedis. Then we shouldn't think at all of implementing some of these programs to alleviate their pain and the cost that they pay out of pocket. Some of us are receiving more than 1,000 Ghana cedis a month. The minimum, any of us in this room, if you are working, that is, you are receiving up to about 1,000 Ghana cedis. But it's a man and a woman that farms. They go to farm every day. They don't pay themselves. They go and work. When they are going, maybe they ride their motorbike, they buy fuel, they farm the yam, and then at the end of the yam season, or tomato season, or maize season, they go and sell and get 10,000 Ghana cedis. Even the 10,000 is more. Let's say 3,000 or 2,000, he sells the entire yam for the whole year, he gets 3,000 Ghana cedis. 3,000 Ghana cedis divided by 12. And he's not alone. He's going there with the wife, going there with the children. He's not deducting the fuel cost to go to that farm. And when he goes to the farm, what he's going to eat, if you calculate, the person is getting less than 100 Ghana cedis a month. And you say, I'm hospital management, changing gloves, sterile gloves, 2 pairs or 3 pairs, which is about, we calculated it, and it was about 10 Ghana cedis. The instruments you don't buy, or that you need to separate, sterilize them, and when they're about to close, you said, no, come on, change. and the people will change. These are some of the things that we are advocating. The gentleman who says about going to the, it's better to go to the traditional bone setters. These are the reasons. So if, in order to do that, we need people to advocate for these patients that comes to us. Remember, any patient you see is like you. Them they become a patient. And there's a story I know from one hospital. A nurse that was supposed to sterilize the equipment on Saturday because he was going to funeral. He never sterilized them. So he washed them and then put it down as if he had sterilized them. Then on the way to the funeral, he had an accident. And then he had a fracture. He was brought back to the hospital. They say, oh, we're going to suture and clean your wound with this. He said, no, don't use that. Why he did not sterilize them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We thank God so far. We thank God for how far He has brought this program. 2 days in this hour conference hasn't been easy. We've learned so much. Dr. Paul Abuja, who is the chairman for this conference, couldn't join us because there's an emergency. He's a Reverend Father, and there's an emergency at the parish that he had to be there. So he's online, and then he wants to talk to us as we end the conference today. Doc has gone. Okay, so I will give it to Francis. Is Francis around? Francis is a co-founder of the Ghana. Please, the ladies who are here, we have Kumasi, although I'm in Tamale now. I've been with the R for Francis, almost 5 years now. The Kumasi, we have our ladies. The our ladies, because you are not so much in Ghana, our boss is in Botswana. The name is Abi Simisali. Yes, she is with us. So the ladies, if you want to join, and when we close, see me, then I'll put you on board, because currently we are only 2 from Kumasi, the our ladies. So on our platform is me and her, Jane. Jane is expecting a baby, so she couldn't come today. So it's me and then Jane, and then our Botswana lady and Francis. We are the only 4 on the our ladies platform. Doc, so we'll be glad if you will join us on the hourly, because sometimes we always get sponsorship for the ladies to go somewhere, but then when they come, we are not able to marginalize it. So please, let's all come on board so that, because there'll be free tickets and everything, accommodation, then we'll go and join them on it. All right. Thank you so much. Francis. These are the organizers. Let's clap for them. They've done well putting the program together.
All right. So before I give my vote of thanks, Prof, thank you for coming. I want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Felix Donko from the Geography Department of University of Education, Winneba. So he is one of my people whom we are starting our user group on UW campus. By and large, it has been a success. Months of planning, back and forth. I mean, it hasn't been easy, but God has been faithful, and we've had a very successful conference. I believe this is the first. There will be more to come. And I know that the next conference, a lot of our ladies will be here, as advocated by Auntie and Dr. Gloria. Yesterday, Doc said that every man should bring a woman, not a partner though, but another female to the conference. So please, men, we have work to do. All of us, wherever we find ourselves, please let's encourage the women to be part. You know, the women, they have the upper hand when it comes to funding and all that. They know. But we have the numbers, but they have the money. So please try and then get the women on board. They will also invite us to their program. So God bless you all for coming. I believe that some of us will leave right after, some will sleep over and leave tomorrow. But in any way, God should protect all of us and send us home safely. Definitely, we are going to Tamale one of these days. Oh, Prof. Yes, Prof will host all of us very soon. Maybe the next conference should be done at Tamale. Oh, yes. So I believe that we've had a very good time. And 2 days, to me, it was a MP3, very compressed. And Charlie, there was a lot to learn. So I'm believing that next time we may have 3 days conference where we can even have a day for a boot camp or a practical session, which will also help. So thank you all for coming. Our online participants, we are very grateful that you joined us. I believe the chair for the program, Reverend Dr. Abuja, would like to give a closing remarks. So let's welcome Reverend Abuja. Thank you.
So thank you for your participation, and especially NIHR GSU Ghana Hub for the great support they gave us. We have all learned so much. I have learned a lot in the medical research now. I mean, from this, all the inputs that have been given. And so we hope that our partnership, which has just begun, will be continued. I think Dr. Sam has often indicated that we will continue this partnership. We hope to avail ourselves and help to promote health in Ghana and beyond, and especially research for our medical institutions, but as well for the other institutions. Thank you all for your patience, and thank you all for coming. God bless you and take you safely home. Bye-bye.
Please, shall we pray? Father, we thank you so much for today. We bless you in the name of Jesus. We cannot thank you enough, even for the traveling mercies you granted us from Tamale, from Accra, and from Geneva to this place. We are very grateful. We thank you for all our resource personnel, granting them the wisdom and energy to share with us. As we leave here, we commit ourselves into your hands, that you grant us traveling mercies in the name of Jesus. The interest in the use of RO, God, that has been stirred up in us, grant us the grace to learn more. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Okay. We thank you all so much for making this program successful. God bless us all. Thank you.
Okay.
And safe journey to all those who are traveling to Tamale and then Ho, to Winneba and all the other places. We thank you so much. Please, Tamale, the bus is moving.
But before that, we have few protocols. We have to take some pictures. So first, we take a group picture here. We're going to take it outside. Then we also take picture for few people receiving certificates. Then the rest, we can leave. So we have to observe this before the bus will move. So group pictures. So let's move here fast. Then after that, we go outside for another group picture. Then we come here for the certificates. Then we can take our item to the food to are ready. Then before we finally move. So the final thing will be the food. Yeah, so the pictures, after that, we will share the link and we all download. Okay, so make sure. Yeah. So please, we are moving outside. We are moving outside for the next set of pictures. So we are moving outside for the next set of pictures.